Hey everyone. Okay. Let me switch over here. That's what is on. Mic is on. So, Limbus Company. The side episode we just dropped. And I really want to check it out, so I'm gonna do that today. Let's roll. Also, there haven't been any construction noises near my apartment as of yet, but I'm not sure if they're just gonna start later. Hopefully they won't, but just a bit of a disclaimer if you happen to hear anything, that's what's happening. Now, fortunately, I do have some lunacy saved up, so I might be able to try some
놀러 나갈
pulls
때는
before we get
아침 일찍
into
나가야
it.
한다니까. 자는 시간은 매...
Ah, yes. Urdavi Hongdu and Everlasting Frost, which would be her first WoW, I'm pretty sure. Wow. Alright, let's see if we can get it. Not very promising right off the bat, but it could still change. It didn't. Alright. Well, that's a good thing I can track it. Hey! Come on, come on.
여기가
Hey, it's the
사건
boy.
현장이군요. 이런 아마추어 같은 마무리를 해두고 가다니 어지간히 시간에 쫓겼나 봐요.
Second try. District 20 Eurodivi, Hangul. Alright. So now at least I should be able to get some more of the stuff for the event. But I do really want the fast ego, so I'm gonna try this one more time. Come on. Nope, okay. That's fine. I'll hopefully get it later. Alright, let's see what's your line. The blank always reveals itself through this lens. The laundry. The answer. The task. The butler. The ankle. The time. Yeah, I can't think of a way to make that funny. The rock. Anyway, can't try anymore, so let's get to it. Wait. Oh, that's just for the rewards. I should probably get you up to speed. Do I have enough? Yeah, I should have enough.
자, 나를 범인이라고 생각하고 여기서 있었던 일을 천천히 상상해 보면 결국 진상을 파악할 수 있겠죠?
Yeah, I was looking for a new Honglu ID to use, because the only good one I have really is the freaking Think Tank Gang Leader. I guess I'll start by taking a quick look around. The child leisurely strolls into a dark and stuffy basement. He has a casual look on his face, as though all was right in the world. In his mouth is a sweet lollipop, and his gait is relaxed and gentle. There was something different about this child. Though he wore the very same scarf that the others in his organization wore, he did not share their perpetual sense of urgency. It's not a rare sight to see a Eurodivi fight. A Eurodivi fight a Eurodivi, but this one's a bit different. The Eurodivi. An organization established with the spirit of bringing a new world to life. A world in which the few do not hoard the riches. A world of equality. But not all those who call themselves a Eurodivi share the same sentiment. Now that the Eurodivi was widespread enough to establish themselves as a real presence even in some nests, some of their new recruits did not share that ideal. Some of them joined only because they were down on their lucks, or only because they simply disliked the way things were under the Wings' reign. Such disaccord often leads to internal conflict. Sometimes the opinions of the Wings and the Nest just don't always see eye to eye, and sometimes violence becomes the preferred conflict resolution method. But that's just the way things are in the city, isn't it? And that is where the child comes in. He has been working as a URDV detective of sorts, investigating instances of such violence. My, blood splatters all over the place. All those broken cups, that'll fetch quite the compensation. Hey, you're finally here. Yes, I am. Can I get a lowdown on what we're dealing with? His colleague extends his greeting as the child bends down to traverse under several layers of tapes outlining the crime scene. Well, like always, can't say I've got a lowdown to give you. But I'm sure this mess scene is nothing more than one of them brawls that break out after a potent mix of too many shots of liquor and overly passionate debates. I got confirmation from the witnesses and the owner too. One of them just glassed the other one out of nowhere, right in the forehead. Ouch. With a glass cup? Sounds painful. Yeah, which is right. That's probably the last straw. Moment of no return where all hopes of resolving the situation without a casualty were lost. The partner muttered bitterly before letting out a deep sigh. I can't understand how people gathered under the same banner and the same cause could hate one another so much. I just don't. Well, it's easy to bring people together for something happy because everyone wants the same thing. But bringing angry people together for something unhappy is hard. Because once you really look into it, you'll notice that not everyone wants the same thing. People all have different reasons for feeling unhappy about the Wings, right? Well, sometimes I can't help but wonder how you can act so aloof, like you're above all this. If you decided to join the EuroTV, I bet you had your own reasons too, am I wrong? Oh, I'm just here to explain my horizons. It's certainly given me an eye for picking up clues and getting a better picture of each case. Get it? Because my eye? Ah. The colleague simply could not understand the child, nor could he share in his casualness. But perhaps, he thought, that was precisely why the child could be trusted to resolve these cases with a fair eye and swift feet. Besides, it was more fitting for the EuroTV to settle their own problems rather than to rely on a wing or the associations. Right, what do you see? Give me something to work with here. Of course, let's reconstruct the crime scene. The child adjusted the dial on his clockwork monocle as he replied. His voice suggested that he was in high spirits. The monocle, crafted by a skilled artificer who once worked for a famous workshop, highlighted various points of interest. Adjusting the dials would play various scenes that could help the viewer's deductions. Look, the blood splatters all dried at different rates. This one's dried and viscous, and it's halfway permeated into the wood. The other splatter's a bit fresh though. I'm not sure how much that info's worth. Like, how dry the blood splatters are doesn't help us much if one of them was living 8-hour days and the other one 6-hour days. Can't tell who bled first from that. Let's reconstruct the broken pieces of glass. Wait, this was a light bulb, not a glass cup. Then above us must be. One of the lights is missing. This could be interesting. Let's check the register, shall we? The child sang a cheerful hum as he sauntered up to the register. The owner of the shop organizes his daily earnings by collecting the receipts. I remember how he was always so proud to show off his collection of receipts whenever we came here for a meal. Looks like he's been deep in the red as of late. Replacing a precariously hanging light must have been the last thing on his mind. Wait, that means... Yep. That explains the confused look on the victim's face I saw through my monocle. Huh. So all that was over a misunderstanding? The colleague sighed and ran his hand through his hair with a bitter expression. It must have pained him to see the Eurodivi's name, to which people flocked under the same cause of revolution, the grade in the public eye. It's tragic, but maybe all this was inevitable. Expecting everything to go right in a world of ever-shifting chaos is to slumber in a dream of excessive idealism. Alright, now I gotta level up the boy. Do I have any of the big tickets? I have 1 3 ticket. I think I want to save this because I think they're gonna change this to just beat regular tickets. But they should give you more stuff, I think. I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm just not gonna use it for now. Okay. Can you take me to the finish line? You cannot. Okay. You know what? You can survive at 43. Alright. Now let's roll. Stages. Ah. Oh. A scandal in time. Don Quixote loudly and obnoxiously flaps through the newspaper in her hands while peppering in a few insightful chuckles. Unfortunately, I know exactly what this means. And... that she will continue to draw my attention until I acknowledge her at the most appropriate moment. Okay, Don Quixote, fine. What is it? Hooah, Manager Esquire! Dost thou know that the city's upstart companies, such as one Limbus Company, must always pay close heed to the ever-changing world around us? Heed thee hither! Read thy newspapers, Manager Esquire, and do keep thyself up to date on the events of the city, as Merceau and I, Don Quixote, do every morrow. But just go along with it, why don't you? I'm pretty sure she's talking about Merceau on one of his morning routines. You know, the ones with the newspapers. Ah, okay, newspaper routine. Where he wakes up before the crack of dawn and perches himself on a chair and folds one leg over the other at an exact 90-degree figure four leg-lock position and pursues the morning newspaper. Okay, now you are being a bit too into it. I guess I'll have an impression on her. Betcha she'll be back to her usual self in a week or so. Hearken unto me! Art thou paying attention? Yep, totally. So, what's new? What, did an article mention us or something? Oh, how didst thou know? Wait, really? Forsooth, forsooth! Feast thy eyes on page 3. Though 'tis quite regrettable that we were robbed of the chance to be on the front page. Huh? Page 3? We're really starting to pour our names out there, huh? Don Quixote and Rodya, two singers who are guaranteed to draw the full attention of whichever space they inhabit, were speaking. It was only a matter of time before the other sinners began crowding around us, curious about the commotion. A dramatic conclusion to the mysterious disappearances at T Corp. Shocking! The perpetrators to this mysterious case have been revealed to be none other than the prestigious Edgar family, appalling the general public. Well, I don't think we need to hear that part. What else does it say? with small assistance from some wandering bystanders who happened to be lost in the area, and with the most admirable heroics of the T Corp Class 3 collection staff on the scene. Wandering bystanders, is it? Perchance that particular denomination refers to us. Bystanders? They're treating us like we were barely there. They didn't even mention our company name. Ah, come on! Those time collectors weren't even there. This is within the expected range of behavior for the news media. Oh, well, there may be those who seek to interview us after reading this very article, mayhaps. Yeah, I'm sure they'll have a grand old time looking for wandering bystanders for an interview. Very descriptive. Well, I doubt anyone will pay us much attention, Don Quixote. Better not set yourself up for disappointment. And we were standing there for a good moment in a big group, chattering about the article, when someone slowly but smoothly walked between us. Excuse me, would you be employees of Limbus Company? You fellas are. I'm sure you are already aware of the reason for our visit. Oh, I welcome thee here. Long and hard have I awaited thy arrival. Now, from when shall we begin? Whoa, is she actually here to interview us? No way. Don Quixote wasn't just losing her mind at nothing. It was not that any interview would be taking place. I was not told. Aye, where'd you go at a time like this? Now, where did I put the leftover hair gel from Heat's makeover? Thou may commence. Alright then. Verily, I shan't... What? Verily, I shan't rightly take all the credit for what we have accomplished there. Would you be making your tax payment in installments? Huh? Okay, we were clearly not on the same page here. We're tax collectors from T Corp's Time Collections Agency, currently on a mission to collect your overdue time tax. Ah, those ilks are never bringers of good tidings indeed. Wait, time tax? Now that doesn't make any sense. We already paid our time tax in full when we went through the T Corp Nest immigration process. Virgilia said a few days ago aboard Mephistopheles. You sure we... It's just completely black and white because it's a flashback in the discolored freaking T Corp. Are you sure we don't need to pick up a timepiece for each of us to carry? Probably know this already, but in T Corp, everyone must carry a timepiece. Yes, I know the rules. But for every rule, there's always room for an alternative that offers a bit more flexibility. Of course, I don't suppose this is listed anywhere in that pamphlet of yours. Outsiders seeking a short-term stay at T Corp can pay the appropriate time tax for the length of their stay to be exempt from the relevant obligations, instead of going out of their way to abide by T Corp's rules. As you may have expected, anyone born outside District 20 must go through numerous hoops before they can be issued a timepiece. So we've elected to pay 30 days worth of time tax on the spot before entering T Corp's borders. Impressive! It can't have been that cheap. Ah, yet I wish to wear a watch as well, like Lady Otis does. Haven't I already made it clear that it's not a fashion item? As I have said so in the past, the company has no budgetary concerns. It is a given that they would be taking care of such expenses. Finally starting to operate like a real professional company now, huh? Yeah, there must have been a minor miscalculation or something. Maybe we fell slightly short of the amount we had to pay. It hasn't even been 30 days since we arrived here, though. Well, I'm sure we can find a way. There's stuff to fix, but probably amounts to rounding the error. Easy peasy. Heathcliff muttered, gesturing towards Sinclair and Hong Lu with his chin. If it helped pay for the time tax, then sure. Oh? Maybe. I didn't pack much when I left, though. Well, let's hear the damage. How much time tax do we owe you? Currently, you are... What the fuck? 10 million 40... No, wait. I don't even know that number! You're a fuckload of and behind time tax payments. What? Did my hearing get worse or something? I heard a 10 and a 40 and the rest just kind of flew right over my head. For that much money? Oh, we might have to make a brief stop at my place first. What other options do we have if we don't... I mean, if we can't pay the tax? Can't pay the tax is not an option. Your only options are the following. Make your payment with time or money. With interest, of course. What the hell does making payments with time even mean? Now that I think about it, I remember someone talking about paying with time before. I never really cared to find out what exactly they meant, though. Yi-san, Heathcliff, you know anything about this? I have not once failed to make my payments during my residency at this nest. Thus, I know not what transpires on an occasion in which one fails to pay the time tax. I've never been involved in messy business like taxes at the manor either. And in my backstreet days, boss dealt with a complicated shit like that for the rest of us. I did see a few poor sods getting dragged away because they failed to cough it up, though. Well then, with their not so helpful answers, my mind immediately began to wander towards Faust, who I hope would know something about this, something more about this than the two of them. And that's when Otis suddenly and defiantly stood between us and the collectors. I ain't paying any goddamn taxes. I mean, this is completely unreasonable. What kind of shoddy calculation led to this nonsensical figure? Tax calculations in T Corps are always exceptionally reasonable. Clock's ticking. Would I be correct to assume that you lack both the capacity and the will to make your fair payments? Wait, we don't have to escalate this. Can we get a timeout? Your choice of words may be quite unwise. Cry and whine all you want about not wanting to escalate things when you've gotten 10 billion and in your pockets. Oh, that was 10 billion, okay. I won't recognize your opinion as anything of worth otherwise. Oh, then shut up and stay out of our way while we deal with this obstacle that dares stand in our path. How exciting. 10 billion and death. 10 billion and 40 million and to be exact. Welp. The visit from T Corp. Alright. Thank you, and it looked like I needed to use some piercing, so... Well, I always like taking you.
화점에 두지.
And you. Which one of you has more piercing? I think you. Well, you have two. Yeah, I think you're the only one that have enough piercing. And you also have two.
출정이군요.
I need more lust. Oh, speaking of piercing. Or, do you have lust? No, you don't. But I know who has lust.
잠깐만. 빠져먹고.
Just a one.
밧줄 단단히 묶어라.
Who has envy and lust?
사냥감을 찾은 건가?
Yeah, sure, let's see if that works. Also, give me you for the passive. Okay.
벌써 화끈하네.
맞서보죠.
Oh, I hate this mother.
우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
T Corp Class 2 Admin Staff. Borrow time, consume 5 tremor, and gain 3 borrowed time. 1 count, gain 2 times borrowed times. Potency and gain next turn. Bind next turn instead. On turn end, gain haste, clash power up, and fragile next turn. 1 count, gain 2 times borrowed time, potency minus 1 bind next turn instead. Gain 1 potency and lose 1 count. Okay, I'm not 100% sure on how that works, but I'll figure it out. Adds a lot of tremor and interlocking time. Tremor chain. Excuse me, I was reading this. Lose 1 flash power for every 10 tremor potency on self. Alright. Paralyzed, tremor, bind. Time. The turning HP is between 16 and 20%. Instantly heal up to 60%. Alright, I remember that. For activating golden time, gain 2 fragile. This unit does not have borrowed time, gain tremor. If in panic, reset SP to 0. We already have some borrowed time. Okay. Alright, you.
이 사건에 궁금한 점이 생기셨나요?
These to build up your tremor and this expensive. Okay. Need to be at 6.
된다면
But
4월을
the people for this, because almost all of you are Slash.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
Seriously?
어떤 시간과 공간에 계시는 관리자님이 들을진 몰라도 그때를 위해서 미리 음원을 녹음해야 한다는 거군요. 아, 이런. 이것도 녹음되고 있는지는 미처 몰랐네요. 단번에 끝낸다.
A의 것을 가지고
Well, shit.
이런 동료들 상태에 신경 좀 쓰셔야 할 것
Wait, one of
같은데요.
these?
관리자님.
40. Sure.
된다면 4월을 걸.
That's to pay them taxes.
것도 되죠.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순
Oh, I didn't even
없었어.
have to do that.
효과적이네요.
나를 베어내고
이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Okay.
직접 타도하죠.
피어나.
여기가 이제 보자. 하늘을 찔러.
괜찮아.
유효타
이제 나는-
좋아. 계속 집중하지. 뼈를 깎는다.
Okay. A T Corp staff in a different uniform approached the sinners as both sides went on the defensive. Is this one of the ringleaders? Is this one the ringleader? He may be of a higher rank, but he is but an employee of T Corp, all the same. Which is to say that our insistence of meeting their demands with hostility may have led to a direct confrontation against the full force of T Corp. Lay down your weapons, now. Should you refuse to cooperate, all of you present may be considered hostile individuals by T Corp, and we will use force to. I like that. How thrilling. This is bad. Well, this seems like a great time for Virgilius with his intimidating glowing red eyes to appear. Man, weren't things much better between us and the guide but only a few days ago? Feels like it's been forever since then. Come on, don't glare at us like that. We had our reasons, okay? They showed up out of nowhere and tried to extort us out a whole 10 billion N. 10 billion and 40 million N to be exact. You really like saying that, don't you? Jeez. Yeah, the point is there's no way we owe that much money. We're kind of law-abiding citizens. Who art brimming with a sense of justice. Hear, hear. Virgilius listened quietly for a moment as the sinners chattered like they were part of a comedy skit. Yes, I agree that 10 billion N in taxes does seem unreasonable. However, it is a mystery to me how no one stopped to think for a second about the troubles you might spark by starting a meaningless scuffle like this, in the middle of the street no less. Virgilius let out a deep sigh before turning towards the T Corp employee. We find it regrettable that this incident has led to bloodshed. However, 10 billion N in time taxes, unacceptable. I am sure you know full well that 10 billion N's worth of tax isn't the kind of money that we can simply fork over in the middle of the street. I believe that it would have been more appropriate if you had provided us with some context as to how this number came to be, instead of immediately marching up to us and demanding that we pay the time tax. I admit that such absurd amount of time tax levied upon your group is almost unprecedented. We have been summoned to an emergency meeting in a relevant office to address the severity of this incident. I see your point. Why don't we move this conversation to the collections office in the relevant jurisdiction area for now to discuss possible solutions.
대의에 맞서는 자들을 확실하게 굴복시켰죠. 그럼 다음 타겟을 설정해 볼까요?
A case of the gallows. The truth behind the absurd amount of time tax levied upon us was much simpler than I expected. About a week ago, a large-scale unauthorized temporal leakage phenomenon was observed at the Wuthering Heights Manor, which shot you up several stages in the progressive time use tax bracket due to the immense amount of time leak. A temporal leakage phenomenon. It refers to a deceleration in the flow of time within a certain physical field. In your case, it wasn't even a static deceleration field, moved all over the manor for a good while too. We measured about 4 hours worth of time in the process. What the bloody hell is she blathering on about? Acceleration in the flow of time within a certain... Ah! She must be referring to the moment during which Dante granted us celerity as we were in pursuit of that man in the manor. Impossible. The manager's ability was activated for less than 30 minutes. It is most likely that your 4-hour measurement is a calculation error. No. Considering the odd sensation we had experienced as we departed the manor, it is most probable that no error had occurred in their calculations. Do you recall, Dante, as we left behind the manor? A few days ago. Aha, Marcel! Is there aught wrong with thou daily routine? We had just returned to Mephistopheles after the incident at the Wuthering Heights Manor. Most sinners were keeping to themselves, given the clear look of sorrow on Heathcliff. However, Don Quixote's ever cheerful voice, like always, constantly shattered through the silence. I have identified an anomaly. We should have been issued the morning newspaper, not the evening newspaper. This is inconsistent with the amount of time we spent at the manor. Perchance 'twas an innocent mistake? As long as I have been a passenger of this bus, morning papers have always been delivered during designated morning hours, and evening papers have always been delivered during the designated evening hours. The possibility that they have made a mistake cannot be completely ruled out. However, the likelihood of that is minuscule. Oh, now that I'm looking at it, that's a sunset, not a sunrise. Couldn't tell because of the lack of color. This cannot be! This must be the early hours of tomorrow, is it not? Ah, I may have an idea as to how this inconsistency came to be. Right, the TT4 protocol. What? Temporal velocity synchronization device, or something like that. I've seen an advert for it once. A luxury solution to all your time synchronization needs. Enjoy equally leisurely hours together. Some shite like that. Oh! Tis quite unlike thee, Sir Heathcliff, to use so many complicated words in a sentence. Pray, shall someone explain it in plainer language? It's an apparatus for equalizing the velocity of time for all those afflicted individuals under the TT4 protocol's influence. Aha, forsooth! I thought it quite odd how someone so affluent in time was moving and speaking at the same speed as the rest of us. Then with this information, it can be concluded that the time we have experienced within the manor was flowing at a faster rate than the world outside. That is a coherent explanation as to why the evening newspaper, instead of the morning newspaper, was issued. Good. Now that your curiosity is sated, I don't suppose anyone has any issues with tackling a new job. The LCA has sent us a new request to track down a distortion. As for more detailed information... Wait, so activating my ability within the TT4 protocol caused... Yes, indeed. It was akin to tampering with an already accelerated flow of time. From an outsider's point of view, it would appear as though more time than what was actually spent was leaked. This bloke knows what he's talking about. Also, you don't just manipulate time on a personal scale like I said earlier, you affected the flow of time within a physical space. Let me remind you that it wasn't even a static field, it moved all over the manor. Honestly, this situation is completely unprecedented. Right. They used to activate it only on special occasions, like when we had plenty of guests over for a visit, because it was so bloody pricey. So the time tax for your inflated tax bracket, multiplied by the sword tax per volume from the physical space covered by the temporal manipulation, Yeah, no wonder it all adds up to this insane number. Oh, I didn't like we knew something like this would happen. Well, anyway, you have 2 payment options to settle this tax time debt. Oi, options? What options? It ain't like bags of 10 billion and grow from a tree, innit? Option 1, cash payment. Option 2, time payment. Yeah, about that, what's that supposed to mean anyway? Paying with time. It means... Oh. The employee who was about to answer a question with painfully observable annoyance suddenly jolted at the sound of an alarm. Understood. Just got a call that they're ready to hold the emergency meeting regarding this incident. Limbus Company may send 2 individuals to the meeting to represent your company. Ah. No need to tick-tock and fuss, Dante. Dealing with complicated matters like this meeting is one of my responsibilities. I will be joining them to discuss the possible solutions to this incident. So please, keep the sinners under control. Except you, Miss Faust. You're with me. Understood. Make another mess while I'm gone. And only Ryo will enjoy what comes next. Keep that in mind as you wait. Oh. Well, off they go, I guess. Didn't even give us a chance to ask them more questions. You're just leaving us here like this? Isn't this whole mess basically about what happened to us? What'll happen to us? So, this isn't anything serious, but... What's Marcel doing on the gallows? What? Marcel, what the fuck are you doing up there? I was told to stand here, so I have done so. Who told you to do that? I did. Just trying to be helpful with you and your friend's little time tax problem. I thought all employees were supposed to be at the emergency meeting. Whoa, a clock with legs? How fascinating. If someone were to submit you for consideration at the upcoming expo, you might even be worth a participation trophy. You remind me of the time when someone hapless soul submitted a timepiece that doubled as a compass that had a rather tragic and critical design flaw. You could tell time or find your path, but not both at once. Tell directions or tell time? It was only one thing or the other, leaving you lost in time and stranded in the streets. That was not good, not at all. That's no better than a clock taped to a compass at the end of the day, is it? Oh, right. TT52 protocol is operating at an experimental capacity within this office space. Don't you forget, anyone not synced with the daily standard time might find this a little disorienting. So keep that in mind as well. What? Now that's the look of someone who's never once heard of the TT52 protocol, and TT52 protocol, as its name suggests, is an invention to address the temporal efficiency problem that present in the TT4 protocol. It's doing test runs if only a few select T Corp offices, so if you do ever feel the urge to leave your impressions on this new shiny thing, feel free to jolt down a few words on that bulletin. Wait a minute, who wrote that 3-star review? The man, who we presume to be a T Corp staff, seemed very adept at holding a one-sided conversation with zero external input. Not that any of us could keep up with how fast he was speaking anyway. Anyway, if you're ready, let's get cracking. I am ready. Wait. I don't know if this is really a good idea to be ready for something that looks like the rope extending from the intimidating machine tightened around Marcel's throat. Is this what it means to pay your time tax with time? Getting hanged from the gallows? Please call it by its precise and given name, temporal scale gallows. It measures the exact amount of time you owe and sucks that right out of you. It wasn't the original name, mind you. There was simply too much hubbub and hullabaloo about its excessively long name, which was approximately 58 words or letters. Can someone ask him what'll happen to Marceau? Is that thing going to kill Marceau? Kill him? Nonsense! She's a very gentle machine. That's simply preposterous. However, spoken in such a manner, of pretends that events of greater, even greater ill fortune shall befall us. I'm not so sure as to what might happen actually. I suppose it'll suck 10 billion ants worth of time out of your friend. Stop being obtuse. What is that even supposed to mean? Is he going to be stuck like that for 10 billion hours or something? Huh? Well, not exactly. Let me tell you about T Corp's particularly generous system called the 4-hour daily minimum time guarantee policy. How generous, Even when worst comes to worst, every citizen is entitled to the right to enjoy a minimum of 4-hour days. According to the T Corp Public Welfare Council, 4 hours is the absolute minimum number of hours in a day to guarantee human survival. Survive being the key word here. My. Sucking 10 billion and 40 million ants worth of time from your friend was too much, I suppose. Look, it has measurement error. That rarely ever happens. Wait, you pulled the lever when you didn't even know what was going to happen? Just out of curiosity? Of course, 10 billion ants of time tax debt is historically unprecedented amount of debt. So I had to see what would happen. You could land first place in a lottery and you still wouldn't even come close to making 10 billion yen. And that's before taxes. I'd say you all belong in a museum of history if I'm being honest. Besides, I haven't seen anyone with more than 150 hours in time tax debt willingly step into the gallows before. Anyone beyond that usually chooses to run and dig themselves into an even deeper debt hole. The point is, I scarcely expected someone in a 10 billion ant time tax hole to just walk up there like that. What's wrong with this guy? Awaken, Mersaw! Prithee, surrender not to such machinery! Oh, thou art unharmed. I am alright. Well, why don't you get down from the gallows for now, Mersaw? What the fuck did I just tell you, Dante? Virgilius and Faust, who returned just as the incident occurred, were both glaring at us with expressions that were anything but friendly. The adventure of the 3 detectives. Okay, I can clearly see that you are both accusing me of letting the sinners run wild again, but we had our reasons. We have reached an agreement. And? You explain things to them, right? Please tell me that the agreement doesn't involve us collectively dangling from that stupid gallows. 10 billion yen is certainly an absurd amount of money. That doesn't change the fact that we are still responsible for it. We did benefit from the extra time it granted us, and its use was something that wasn't mutually agreed upon before our unilateral activation. Because it was an unexpected event, no countermeasures could be put in place either. Yeah, but we didn't exactly have a whole lot of time to debate whether I was allowed to slow down time or not. We really had to think on our feet back then. I felt a bit miffed about being treated as though I was somehow at fault for this. If you plan to sacrifice one of us to settle the debt, I request that you evaluate our worth based on our individual merit. I have prepared performance evaluation sheets for each sinner precisely for one such occasion. On the last pages of those evaluation sheets are extra opinions that I don't plan on leaving any of you behind to take the fall for the group. Besides, 10 billion yen isn't the kind of money that you can settle with a sacrifice of an individual. Okay, that could mean a couple of things. But we did eventually find a reasonable compromise, where you were wasting your time horsing around in front of the gallows. And the compromise is, we have been contracted to deal with a distortion. I guess we're really starting to put our names out there if they specifically sought us out to deal with this distortion. They have sought out other fixers and companies to deal with this issue first. We were their sixth choice after the first 5 failed to produce a meaningful result. Gotcha. Well, the stories are starting to circulate via word of mouth. I will not deny that. So what kind of distortion are we dealing with this time? This is a request regarding a series of similar or solved cases within T Corp's borders. Some will call it the case of time-killing time. Several people have already fallen victim to the perpetrator. The case of time-killing time? It is exactly what it says on the tin. A distortion is running wild, killing our time. Time is an asset here at T Corp. It is not so difficult for us to track down the occasional time robberies by tracing it, but in the case of time-killing time, the killer does not leave any traces. It is simply gone, completely removed and untraceable. Not such a thing has ever happened here before, thus the significance of this case cannot be emphasized enough. That is why we formally request that you solve this case for us. In return, we will exempt you from your time tax debt. Hooah! Thus arriveth once again my time to shine. According to a book I have perused in recent days, any and all detectives working to solve cases of urban nightmare or beyond are issued this special investigator badge during the course of their employment. It is a badge that may as well be universal pass to command all kinds of aid regarding the detectives? Fixers! We're planning to issue you those badges, yes. Whoa! Much have I longed to add one such badge to my collection. Perchance thou shalt allow us to keep the badges when this case is dealt with? Nay, I demand that I be awarded at least 3 badges. One for my private collection, one for display, and one for the business so that... Shut it, lass! Right, what are we waiting for? Let's crack on. Whack this distortion and get the hell out of here. I'm dealing with money problems. I value your enthusiasm, but I would also appreciate if you would allow others to finish their sentences before cutting them off and going along a tangent of your own. The problem is that they don't want all 13 of you running amok in an effort to solve the case. Indeed, I can't have your entire group run wild in the streets and potentially waste the precious time of our residents. Also, the special investigator badge is something that T Corp hands out like candy. We can't give away a whole box of badges out of all 13 of them. I concur. To a degree. Otis, who has continuously and consistently suggested that we cut down the number of sinners, was the first to want to welcome this offer. We should have done something like this a long time ago. What use is there in hauling around these dead weights? Well, we will leave the useless pawns behind to wait in the bus while the elite team of high-performing individuals takes care of business. You seem rather confident that you'll be part of that elite team of high-performing individuals, Otis. It's ridiculous to even suggest otherwise. Alright, enough with your nonsense. So how many of us are allowed to work on this case, anyway? Virgilius trailed off, clearly unhappy about this outcome. They have decided that 4 individuals, including the manager, is an appropriate amount of people allowed to partake in this investigation. That's not a lot. Accepted. We barely managed to get the authorization for 4 after much debate. Think you have wasted your breath? Tag team of the executive manager and I will be more than enough to handily complete this mission. Alright, so it all comes down to my choice, huh? 3 sinners. So many eyes are upon me. Not that I've never had them all look at me at the same time before, but the pressure is on a completely different level when it comes to making judgment calls like these. Looks like the manager is in deep thought. Deep in thought, but pointlessly agonizing over something like this is a waste of time. I'm taking volunteers first, so let me see some hands, quickly now. Forsooth, I shan't hesitate before such excellent opportunity. Maybe it's finally my time to shine. Oi, don't even need to ask me, alright? Let's get on with it. Nah, that wasn't Yeah, I'm not raising my hand. I'm just cleaning my glasses. This is no simple matter. I've not been with so few sinners before, except for that one time when we accidentally walked out to the outskirts to the back door, so I have to take this slow and really consider all possible angles. What a mess. It would be too much trouble for me to list and debate all the arbitrary limitations they set, so allow me to make the choices for you this time, Dante. Well, I don't think there's too big of a gap between them when it comes to their capabilities. They all excel in different situations. Dante, are you listening? I just said that I will be the one to choose your companions. No, I need to consider more than just their individual capabilities. Some of them work better when paired together, but it is also true that haphazardly pairing them together might end up making a team less than the sum of its parts. It is all about building team synergy. Wait, didn't Rodya say something about how people born in December and August don't mesh too well together? And wait, what the fuck are you thinking about, Dante? The sinners who will accompany Dante to solve the case are... I have to choose someone who can support me, calmly assess the situation, and remain free from base judgment while making smart, rational decisions on the fly. Sinners who fit the description are... Do we even have anyone like that? I still have to choose someone, though. Damn it, I got it! I choose Fosmer, Sa, and Yisang. Ryo and Ryoshu and Honglu. What? Huh? Wait. Huh? Dante has selected me, Mersal, and Yisang. Haven't you been listening, Dante? I have certain things to discuss with Miss Foss regarding our upcoming journey, so she was not an option. Yisang was immediately ruled out before even the meeting adjourned due to his history of developing unauthorized invention at T Corp. Mersal did not volunteer. There was no reason to volunteer. Though I may have been disallowed from joining this investigation, I am truly grateful for your appreciation, Dante. I shan't soon forget this. Oh, wait, that's, Hey, Otis, you know that's not what I meant. I just thought that maybe we needed someone skilled and experienced like you to effectively manage the remaining sinners while we were... okay. I really soured the mood, didn't I? The three of them, who I didn't even imagine in my wildest dreams would be hanging out with together, all turned to look in my direction. Wow, just the three of us, huh? Three is such an eye-catching number, isn't it? Rodya, I get, but why the two of you volunteer? Thought it sounded F-A-H. The greater the quantity and diversity of the experience, the better it is. Go! Don Quixote tragically drops her head onto the ground, crestfallen. I have not else to blame but my slightly lower vertical placement in this world. Indeed, that must be why Sir Virgilius has failed to catch my impassioned hand. Don Quixote sobbed, dramatically lamenting how Virgilius did not even bat an eye in her direction, despite her being the first one to raise her hand. I'm pretty sure that wasn't the only reason he didn't pick her, though. Hold on. I need to check something. Okay. Never mind. Huh. 'Tis my final legacy I bestow upon thee. Also this? A book? A magnifying glass? And are these clothes? 'Tis my treasure, my collection. Prithee, be gentle with them. Oh, but why are you carrying these 3 sets of clothing? One is for my private collection, one is for display, and one is for business. Verily, is that not obvious to thee? Records of Investigation, Solutions to the 13 Problems by Agatha... Huh? Somebody's autographed it. Who's this Agatha? Fee! How art ye also ignorant on the lore of fixers? Once she was a grade 1 fixer who was so prolific that she may as well have been the face of the 7 Association. Truly? No one? Most people don't know those Lord, Don Quixote. Is that a fucking Agatha Christie reference? Cumbersome clothes. How wilt thou call thyself an ace detective when not dressed appropriately for the occasion? Hear, hear. 'Tis only right that the leading ace detective adorn her countenance with this special mustache. Look, Lady Agatha says in the foreword of this book that any self-respecting ace detective must always dress themselves in an impeccable fashion. Don Quixote, just let it go. So, I mean, I'm sure everyone has their reasons, but how come you didn't get picked for this, Ishmael? Didn't get picked? I didn't volunteer. Hey, it's not every day you get a legitimate chance to get some free paid time off without breaking company rules, and I wasn't about to let that chance slip. I guess I did have some last-minute regrets when I saw who Virgilius picked, but I'll just relax for a bit and jump into helping out with needed. Well, good luck with hey, call us the Elite Four. How's that? While the self-proclaimed Elite Four runs around T Corp, why don't we find a place to take the edge off and unwind? How unfortunate. T Corp did not authorize the rest of the sinners to run abound unmonitored. You must understand that we simply cannot let individuals responsible for 10 billion ands worth of tank tax roam free without proper collateral. Looks like they have temporary lodgings for those who have failed to pay their time tax. Do you mean jail? Virgilius was pointing at what was clearly a jail cell. Are you certain that's the lodging guide? I'm going to jail? Yep, as living collaterals apparently. It'll be fun. Hey, eventually look fondly back at this memory when all's said and done, okay? We'll be right back, so be nice and stay put. Nice, those jail cells have lit got some heating. Wait. What happens if they just leave and don't come back? We'll be seeing him again after 10 billion ands worth of time passes, I guess. What? Hey, wait! Get back here! That's more than enough time to finish weaving on the loom. Oh, wait! Your wife is still doing that? Oh no! Oh no, I'm so sorry. Calm down, alright? We'll be back before you even... Thou shalt return triumphantly as glorious band of ace detectives. Mark my words. We set off on our journey after receiving the aforementioned special investigator badges, leaving the chaotic screaming and hollering of the remaining sinners behind. After a while, all we could hear was the said intermittent clattering of metal as some violently shook their steel bars. Alright, looks like everyone's ready then. Let's get a move on and have a little chat with the third victim. Let's see, the case records say that... Aha, there it is. Just a stone's throw away. Huh? Oh hey, they actually got their little outfits on the... sprites. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Look at the record. It clearly states that neither of the first two victims is in a communicative state. How unfortunate. No, I mean, why are you coming along with us? I'm sorry, but we're not taking sidekick applications right now, so go away. Shoo. Incorrect. One of us will be joining your team. But we're going to send an employee with you so that we can receive immediate updates regarding your investigation progress. Pull that stick out of your ass. We plan to send a Class 2 staff with you, but you're... Me? Class 5. See the badge? Chatterbox of an employee replied cheerfully as he produced a twinkling badge from his clothes. I apologize for failing to recognize you, sir. I scarcely expected to see a Class 5 auditor all the way down there. That guy's a Class 5 staff? Really? Wait, is this different from how the fixers work? Where the lower the number, the better? Class 5 is the highest rank one could reach as a wing employee, right? Yeah, I thought so too. Well, don't be so sure. It depends on which wing you're talking about. Who knows? Maybe there are class 12 or even class 20 employees out there. Get it? Good. Wait, what? Get it? Got it? Good. And let's get a move on. He stared in silent bafflement at the employee who had already stormed out of the building, then hurriedly followed him out the door. Isn't it absolutely brilliant? The very concept of killing time. They're not slowing down or speeding up time, they're eliminating completely. Just yanking it out of circulation. So, your name is... Mai? Relax and call me whatever you want. Names are such unimportant things, aren't they? No, names matter. Really? You're not gonna call anyone by their names, though. Relax and call me... Relax and call you however we want, but you're obviously here to be your handler. That's true. That does make things a tad awkward, doesn't it? Let me think. Ah, I've got it. You're all dressed like detectives. Why don't you consider me your ever-helpful assistant who tags along on your adventures? Okay, but still. Ryoshu, who was staring off into the distance while puffing her cigarette, suddenly spoke up, just as Rodya was about to retort. Assistant, lead us. Right away, ma'am. What's the difference between an assistant and a servant? You know, my family used to employ... they sure warm up to him fast. Well, I gotta drink some water. Time-killing puzzle. Let's see. The third victim of this case is this watch factory's... Hold up! The obviously gaudy and expensive suit, meticulously trimmed and shaped mustache. The third victim must be the owner of this factory. Assistant, confirm my deductions. You're right on the money, detective. We're off to a great start. We are detectives working on the case of the time-killing time. My name is... What? What? What's going on? Ryoshu, detective. He sure is a fast talker. He's talking way faster than Mersal did when we reviewed those chickens. He's talking so fast. It's like someone pressed a fast forward button on him or something. I can't understand a thing coming out of his mouth. He's someone who has a lot of time. What's that supposed to mean? An average T Corp citizen has about 20 to 28 hours in a day, but you might also run into someone like him, people with plenty of time to spare. Because they have such surplus of time, they can afford to condense 40 or 50 hours into a single day. And to people with fewer hours in a day, it'll look as though he's moving 2 or 3 times faster than them. Someone with that much time could pick their nose in the blink of an eye before anyone has the chance to catch them in the act. Ew. Wait, don't fucking tell me Ryoshu can actually listen to her. I gave Rodya a quick look of concern. She had to do something before Ryoshu's SHNC. Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to figure out what that means. Quick look. I've seen a brief flicker of one flames burning on my clock. Would you mind slowing down a bit? I'm just worried that you're at serious risk of becoming a victim of a completely different, slightly more fatal crime. He shook his head in frustration, very rapidly that is, before activating what appeared to be a voice recorder. It began to play his voice back at us. Pleased to make your acquaintance. My name is Bumble, proud proprietor of this wax factory. Apologies for this awkward method of communication. You see, my days are 52 hours long. I used to live 100-hour days in my heyday, but things have taken a turn for the worse at the factory in the recent years. 52 hours? To me, it looks as though you're all talking very, very, very slowly. I must say, it's quite frustrating, but I'm willing to suffer through this annoyance as long as you can solve the case. You have 52 whole hours to spend in a single day? Gee, I can't even imagine what that'd be like. Oh, I can tell if you're curious. It's a very full life, I must say. Having more time to spend in a day means that I can get more things done in a day, like sleeping 10 more hours a night and having more than 40 hours left to spend. Good sleep really is the key to keeping your skin moist and fresh indeed. I'll let you touch it if you want. Okay, now that just got creepy. As though in an effort to demonstrate, Bumble was constantly swimming around the room, checking his documents, calling someone on the phone, and even brushing his teeth while we stood there listening to his recordings. IDC. Get to the point. Oh, it was like one late evening. Let's see, like always, I was busily walking down the street. I had a very, very important thing to attend to, you know, and all of a sudden... An attack? No, I just happened to recall I left the bacon in the kitchen counter at home. I should have left it covered with District 23's purple salt. Oh. Aha! My second oldest aunt used to sprinkle the salt all the time. The point. Well, I stopped briefly, looking at the clock tower and wondering if I should head back home to salt that bacon, and that's where the time reaper struck. Oh. The clock tower. Each one of the 12 zones at T Corp has a clock tower that displays A Corp's standard timescale. Because everyone has different hours to spend in a day, the watches sync with their respective timescales as well. So the real objective time, one would have to check the clock tower. Oh. That is pretty neat. Alright, you two, let's focus on the important stuff. Let's see, how about we start with a physical description? A fine tailored suit. Oh, a tailored suit? A bit fancy for someone called the Time Ripper, don't you think? It must have cost me about 58 million an. Of course, since it was tailor-made, its comfort was beyond human imagination. Wait, what? Oh, and how could I forget this impressive yet keenly shaped mustache? I wasn't talking about your own physical description. One more chance until I sink. Oh, you mean the murderer's appearance? Oh, well, let me think. I don't recall anything. It just happened so fast that... How did it feel to have your own time killed? Was it painful? Can you not ask something like that with such a big grin on your face? Nope, I was just... 100 hours was gone in the blink of an eye. I missed my very important appointment thanks to that. I'll have you know, suffered so much damages. God, 100 hours? So you lost a whole week in the blink of an eye? Nope, 100 hours for me is about 2 days or so. So you have no idea how much I lost because of those 2 days. Ripping away time, huh? An invention that enables something like that could certainly be the inventor of the year. Would certainly win the Inventor of the Year award and the loads of prize money that comes with it. T Corp really values and supports its inventors, you know. Some people say that once upon a time, T Corp's executive director himself showed up to bestow the award. I guess once an inventor is always an inventor. I say that he probably wanted others to carry on his inquisitive spirit. I've seen the ceremony once, and he was giving away autographs. Then maybe we're looking for an inventor who received an award for that tech assistant. But every invention at T Corp needs to be registered at the Technology Administration Agency. Though it's not without its exceptions. There once was a time when a rogue group of inventors called the League of Nine Literateurs made some inventions that they neglected to register. And Wow, what a mess that was. Every single corner of T Corp was up in arms. Everyone dashing about in a panic, making arrests, holding important meetings. While It was that big of a deal? I can't even imagine how hard it must have been for you, Sam. Alright. So, is there anything like that registered in T Corp's tech agency? Nope. First time hearing about anything like it. You could have started there, you know? What if this is a power granted by the distortion? Meanwhile, Yoshu, who was completely uninterested in the conversation, stared off into the distance. She looked out the factory window and let out another puff of smoke before muttering quietly to herself. No killer, no corpses. Well, yeah, no one's actually dead and we don't know where the killer is. Who could it be, I wonder?
Someone who took a liking to my very expensive suit, I say.
Disagree. Your suit's shit. Oh. Besides, if I really wanted to kill you...
Me? Why would you?
I'd have to be able to move as fast as you do. I won't be able to get a good aim at your vitals otherwise. Ryosu strode towards him before suddenly breaking into a charging sprint. Bumble rapidly stumbled back in terror, but Ryosu was fast enough to close the distance and press a scabbard into his neck, despite the disparity in time.
Ah!
Just like this.
Whoa!
I thought she was actually about to beat the crap out of him with that scabbard. That the case closed then, All we have to do is arrest Ryosu.
You scared the heck out of me, well, I suppose that villain didn't really stab me in my vitals or whatever, but he did appear all of a sudden, just like you did.
I see. So the killer isn't just running around ripping time away from random people left and right. Yes, the killer was going specifically for that ASS, or that ass. The void left behind by Sinclair's absence was much bigger than I thought. I meant that annoying stupid stash. Not having that kid here is frustrating.
No way, can you think of a single person who'd hate someone like me,
I can think of more than a few.
I say that it must have been the work of some bandit who wanted to try on my tailored suit.
Oh? What about your employees? Lady Agatha's book says that to find the culprit, we must first look at the victim's immediate circle. I have no idea if that book Don Quixote gave us earlier is actually helping, but I suppose it's at least a very good page turner, and Luke can't seem to be able to tear his eyes away from it. Maybe I should check it out too, once we get back to the bus. Yeah, that works. Then the culprit has to be someone who hates the owner so much enough to try to take his time.
Nuh-uh, that seems quite impossible, as you can see.
What? The laborers at this factory. They're all working so slowly, like they're moving through molasses. Oh, most factory laborers like them usually leave rather short 10-hour days, most of which they spend at their factory jobs anyway. What did you say?
Listen up, everyone. Our output gains saw only 13% growth compared to last month's growth. I have not impressed upon you how important this is. We'll be falling behind profit margin projections at this rate.
Bumble hollers at them in frustration. The laborers very slowly turn their heads to look up at the factory owner. Even that simplest action is taking an excruciating long time to complete. Boss, it's impossible to work any faster than...
Ooh, how bothersome. Less complaining, more assembling. Use your times effectively and chop. You have no idea how frustrating it's been for me as of late. Did you even know that the next batch of cogs have stopped all of a sudden?
We couldn't understand him. We could understand him thanks to the recorder next to us, but everyone out of its earshot would have no chance of understanding whatever he's talking about. Hey, Mr. Bumble. You're talking way too fast for them to understand, you know that? How do you expect them to understand a thing you're saying?
So, it's not me who's too fast, it's them who are too slow. Only hustlers and busybys like myself, who make the best out of their time, can rise above the rest in this chaotic, bustling city.
What? You know that's a lot of bull. How are they supposed to hustle or make the best of their times when they're practically nailed to the floor? And with what time? Rodya, hey, I don't think someone like him will ever understand what you're talking about. He was born and raised in T Corp after all. Hey, assistant, you're a class 5 employee, right? Aren't you supposed to be a big shot? Do you seriously think there's anything normal about all of this?
Normal? Dear detectives, do you happen to be returning from a round trip across every single nest in the city? All the way from A to Z? Can you confidently say that you've seen all there is to see?
Not really, but
Then give this idea a thought, why don't you? That the notion of what is normal is just a mirage conjured by the downtrodden and the suffering. That is to say, that suffering is just a part of the life in the city, regardless of which nest you're in.
I don't see any suffering in that mug of Mr. 50-hour days right there.
Such harsh words. I have my share of pain, I'll have you know. I've been waiting for something to get finished for a while. You know how much pain it is to wait for something but also have too much time in your day? It's so tedious.
Bumble gently fixed his mustache and hair before caressing his expensive coat with care. Much as I hate him, he kinda has a point. Waiting for shit would be a lot more tedious if days were longer. But at the same time, God, I wish days were longer. Sometimes. The White Scar League. Oh, you're the beast, bro. Oh, just the three of you.
준비 완료.
Definitely you. Wait, how am I supposed to use your ego if I... Alright, what do you get? Gloom, Sloth... No, you're probably better. This team is kind of balanced. Alright.
고통 없이 지식을 얻지 못한다나 뭐라나.
Maybe we can flip the script on our line of thought. What kind of people, Rodya, do you think hate rich people? Who would you think would hate people like me? Well, except for my family. If I do ever get murdered under mysterious circumstances, I'm willing to bet that it's one of my family members who did me in. Or Heathcliff. That's a pretty dark joke. The culprit went straight for Bumble, but his employees literally can't move fast enough to have done that. None of them look like distortions either. Yes, if the culprit is hiding among those slowpokes, Clark would have noticed it. then that narrows the culprit down to someone unrelated to this factory, someone without much time, someone who's got a bone to pick against the time rich. Or it could be someone who's unhappy about the state of affairs in T Corp Nest. Also, while Dante could be right that this power was granted by a distortion, nothing rules out the possibility that they may be using an unregistered invention. There may be more than a single culprit then. More than a single culprit, huh? Wait, I think I know an organization that might fit that exact description. Nah, no way. I doubt it. They don't even take drastic actions like this anymore. Even back at J Corp. Whoa, that's some coincidence, isn't it? I happen to know a group of people just like them. Sometime later, in a certain alleyway. A group of people unhappy with the state of affairs in the nest? Perhaps you're looking for the Euro TV. Ah, that rings a bell. Isn't your friend the founder of the organization, Rodya? Rodya stopped dead in her tracks. The Euro TV. Here? Do you know something about that organization? I did hear that they've been spreading through the nest as of late, though it hasn't been long since they started popping up within T Corp borders. So direct T Corp employees like myself have been stationed all over the nest to question any suspicious individuals. Methinks it's a real bother. Standing guard here, all to stop and search, so tedious. So, what are the URDV up to around here? All kinds of stuff that petty thieves get up to, stealing things just like time or money. Well, I did hear that they also do some pro bono detective work for people who can't afford the time or money to hire people, and... Wait, stop right there! You! What are you looking at around House 54? Hey, just stop and search. Well, hey, I'm just trying to walk away from that lady with a cig and the creepy glare. Where can we find them? The URTV. Well, probably ain't too difficult. Let's see there. Honglu! A sudden explosion tore Honglu to shreds, and he was peeking around an alleyway. Ah, speak of the devil! Maybe I should have activated their badges earlier. Activate our badges? Whew, starting off with a bang, huh? Good luck, Dante. Let's bring him back. Gotcha. Turn the clock now. Wait, you can bring him back? There! The explosion came from that way. Damn! Watch chains of T Corp. Here to collect your filthy dues, eh? Okay, no time to explain, right? Let's talk about that later. Wait, so who did the explosion? I thought that they did.
순항이죠. 바람도 딱 좋네.
Wait, what? T Corp Special Investigator Badge. When this unit takes lethal damage, their HP does not drop below 1. Instantly heals 80% of max HP and recovers from stagger, once per encounter. When this buff effect activates, starting next turn, this unit gains 2 attack power up at every turn start for 5 turns. Oh. So I have like a second chance for most of these.
전투응대에 나선다.
사실 이런 보모구실은 제가 아니라 세피라들의 역할이긴 하죠. 관리자님도 알다시피 저는 언제나 수십 명의 몫을 해내고 있으니까요.
Oh, I need Tantrum for the big one.
직접 타도하죠.
깨달았나?
방금 공격은 좋았어.
이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
I like the music.
데이에 거스르지 말고. 데이에 거스르지 말고.
제압 개체가 비틀거리는 게 보이네. 아, 이대로 영영 움직이지 못하게 만들어보자.
Now you know what? Fuck him up.
전투응대 나선다.
그런 것도 되죠.
Well, damn.
편하게 가자고요. 데이에 거스르지 말고.
즉시 꿈을 꾸러 가도. 즉시 꿈을 꾸러 가도. 전투응대 나선다. 영원한 참으로
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
Okay. Sorry about that.
데이에 맞서는 자들을 확실하게 굴복시켰죠. 그럼 다음 타겟을 설정해 볼까요?
The rewinding clock.
고통 없이 지식을 얻지 못한다나 뭐라나.
Retreat. Hey, participation trophy. Participation trophy? Is he talking to me? How on earth did you do that earlier? Tick tock, and voila! Seems to me that you rewound time on one of your friends. I've never seen a tech that could rewind time like that. Well, that's a trade secret. Ask and you shall receive. Pain. Fascinating. Aren't you terrified of time? As far as I'm aware, there's practically no way to rewind time for a singular entity that exists in an open and unenclosed area. Either that or my study didn't reach as far as I thought it did. Wait, no, that's actually a very serious problem then. I was very desperate, you know. It's very likely that I missed anything. It's very unlikely that I missed anything. You know what else is a serious problem? The fact that you're wasting our time chatting about inane stuff while they're all getting away. Come on, Dante. Hold on. Inane stuff? This is extremely serious. Its importance is absolutely comparable to what amounts to arresting a few small fry revolutionaries. If it was a true resurrection, then the head would have been after your heads already. So I doubt that's what this is. It must have something to do with the time manipulation. I'm certain of it. Maybe it works through the same mechanism as the TG2 protocol under the hood. Nope, that works only within an isolated enclosure. You can't rewind time on a singular individual. Perhaps they are drawing time from elsewhere to inject it into their time streams. That seems a tad more plausible. If you're actually rewinding their time, the visual elements of that process would manifest in a vastly different manner. I suppose this means that you can't really rewind or skip time either, am I right? Well, you can't just say all that gibberish and expect me to be able to... The process also seems to involve a great deal of pain. Degree of pain. Ah well, it seems to be in a bad taste to say it's good news, but I suppose I can't say that what I'm about to tell you is somewhat auspicious. I was going to get into the nitty-gritty only if we had to venture into one of the more dangerous places like the back streets. But here we go. Check the other side of your badges. There should be a small clockwork knob attached to your badges in there. Mind rotating it from me? Class 5 staff jabbered on endlessly, zapping between numerous subjects within a matter of seconds, before reaching out and pointing to the badges we were all wearing. Not all fixers specializing in investigations are strong enough to defend themselves in emergencies. That's why these special investigator badges are all equipped with the same special function that goes into suits that higher ranking staff members of T Corp wear. It's called Golden Time. If you keep the clockwork wound, it will automatically speed up the body's retro regeneration process as soon as it detects its wearer is at risk of death. It's nothing compared to what you're capable of, but it's quite something, isn't it? Wait, so I don't actually have to turn the clock myself? Well, it takes some time for it to refill once its charge is spent, so if you ever run out of its uses, then I suppose it all comes down to you. Participation trophy? You'll have to take one for the team and bring them all back by yourself. Wait, you can understand that too? Or maybe he was just assuming. You're willing to do that, but not willing to help us before we get torn to shreds, huh? I prefer that. Good. Whew. Ready? Let's go after them then. Sometime later. Where did they run off to? Pretty sure they came this way. No more tracks. We wasted too much time on these boring lectures. Hey, assistant, are you sure it's okay for you to just saunter behind us like you're not on a picnic? Why would I run? I hate running. It's literally your job to arrest the EuroDV, isn't it? Is it though? But my job at this precise moment is to keep my eyes on you and your investigation regarding the case of the time-killing time, not making EuroDV arrests. But you are a T Corp employee. Okay, fine. Let's say that I decided to run instead of walk and help you capture those EuroDV rascals. What then? Will T Corp suddenly start having problems just because they're gone? Will this place suddenly transform into some kind of humanitarian paradise? Not to mention that, as long as their leader runs free, they'll be back before you know it. Excuses, then. KTA. Well, if we do kill them all, then only opens room for any worse syndicate to take their place. If that happens, the collector friend from earlier might end up suffering from something much, much worse than having to stop and search random passersby. Not to mention that I'll be getting muscle cramps from all the time running. Besides, isn't your friend one of them? Weird, I thought you wouldn't want me to arrest him. Right? I thought Rodya would be a bit happier to be reunited with a EuroDV. Well, since it looks like the trail's gone cold, let's go back to the stop and search Lady Anne and ask if she noticed anything suspicious since we left. Fine. The T Corp employee we met earlier is standing completely inert, not moving a muscle. Poor woman! I can't believe she's still on duty at such late hour. I think they just stole her time. Such is the life of a laborer. No. They got her. I can't even hear her breathing. That's the Time Reaper's MO. The Time Reaper got her that fast? She's in a state of absolute stillness. A death-like state achieved without a thimble of blood on their hands. What a misophobic art. Though she might be in a state of stasis due to those of us watching from this outside, for her this must be as brief as a blink of an eye. What do you think the culprit's trying to do with all that time? Guys, this is a crime scene. Let's try not to touch the body. I mean, the victim. Whoa, look! There must be some sort of spatio-temporal displacement superposition phenomenon going here. She's entirely incorporeal. Well, is this seriously the time to... Rodya, there, up ahead! I whipped around, noticing the now familiar sensation of a distortion, and caught a brief glimpse of a suspicious figure slowly zipping into the fog. You! Stop! Ryoshu, think you can catch up? I'm not your hunting dog, but sure, I'll entertain you, just this once. Oh, she's pretty fast. Ryoshu sure moves fast when she finds something interesting. Well, it's been a while since I've seen people like you, the kind who sprint forward with their eyes fixed on the horizon. Here, everyone only ever looks down, their necks bent and gaze locked at the ground, watching their own feet take their halting steps. I suppose they only ever look up to check the time on the clock towers. There must have been a time when everyone walked tall. I think I know what that is. It's because they all learned helplessness. Because they realized that even if they ran till their lungs burst, nothing will change. That it doesn't matter. Yeah, not everyone can run like Marceau. Learning to maintain a stable breathing rhythm is not easy. That's not what I'm talking about. Wait, take a closer look at her face. Remember? It's the same face she was making earlier. When she shouted, "It's a stop and search." Yeah, if she saw someone suspicious, approached them for a stop and search, and got ambushed. We should ask her when she recovers. But we don't know when she'll recover. Sometime later. Catch. Are you sure you captured him alive? Hey, Miyashu, doesn't he kind of look a bit different from the mysterious person that got away? He's clearly wearing something different. Besides, he's one of the Eurodivi we already ran into. Clothes are just husks that can be cast off at any moment. He started running as soon as our eyes met. Hey, raise and shine. How am I the suspicious one? Anyone would run if someone like you started sprinting after them with that big sword in your hand. I have many ways to crush the truth out of you. First, no dismembering. This is the Eurodivi's turf. You'll soon regret dragging me down here. Heh, I prepared this secret weapon just for this occasion. Watch out! But nothing happened. Wait, what was that? One of the 5 greatest inventions of the Eurodivi T Corp branch. The portable, adjustable, frequency periodical lighting apparatus attachment sound wave generator. This will call every single Eurodivi in this range to this exact location. There. See what I mean? You see the problem prevalent among inventors? They never know when to stop when it comes to naming their inventions. You'll pay dearly for smacking me in the back of my noggin.
나만 믿고 다들 집중해줘.
Okay.
도움이 될 수 있을 거야.
직접
오케이.
알게 함이라. 무지하니까
보시다시피 앞에 무방비해진 개체가 있네요. 부디 그래선 안 되겠지만 이 틈을 놓친다면 관리자님의 역량에 대한 계산을 재검토해야 할지도 모르겠군요.
직접 타도하죠.
네가 무준비야.
Nice.
깨달았나?
내의에 거스르지 말고.
참, 이런 상황인데도 어떻게 끝이 보이네요. 조금만 더 해보죠. 전투 응대에 나선다. 맞는 거야. 맞는 거야.
Very nice.
영원한 참으로 인도하라.
효과적이네요.
Just fucking run away after getting the knife stabbed in the face.
편하게 가자고요.
That's a pretty cool silhouette.
결국 내 공부가 부족하지 않았다는 거네. 그치? 좋았어.
trail gone cold.
고통 없이 지식을 얻지 못한다나 뭐라나.
What she said.
내가 응원하는 게 도움이 되긴 하려나? 힘내긴 해보자고.
Sure.
전투응대에 나선다. 무지하니까
비틀거리고 있는 개체가
Funny how the
보입니다.
favored one
이전까지 있었던
failed.
대부분의
And the struggling
관리자들은
one
이 타이밍에서 결정적인 일격을 지시하곤 했죠.
직접 알게 한다. 민감을 준비하고 맞는 거야. 무지하니까
직원들이
nice.
우세한 환경에 있습니다. 관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을 통틀어
전투응대에
신뢰라고
나선
부른다고 하더군요. 긍정적인 변화네요.
즉시 꿈을 꾸러 가도록.
Dang it, Hanabu. Your
편하게
sanity is at
가자고요.
30. Why do you keep rolling tails?
편하게 가자고요.
맞는 거야.
행보다.
Oh,
옛날
two
버릇.
ways.
적사살 좋아.
직접 타도하죠.
Wait, was that my your TV or there?
깨달았나?
좋다 좋아 계속 집중하지.
Ah, I think it was mine.
무지하니까
Ah, but it recovered because of it.
직원의 상태가
자,
나빠
네.
보이는군요. 흔히
오케이.
이걸 나사 빠진 상태라고 표현하던가요? 방금 건 실없는 농담이 아닌 긴장 완화를 위한 조력이었습니다.
직접 알게 한다.
편하게 가자고요. 편하게 가자고요. 이런 것도 되죠. 편하게 가자고요.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
무지하니까 맞는 거야. 영원한 잠으로 인도하지. 결국 내 공부가 부족하지 않았다는 거네.
Okay.
그치? 좋았어.
The dying detective.
사건
I don't like
속으로
the sound of that. After matching various pieces of information we found from the defeated URDV members together, we manage to track them down to a rundown building that appears to be their hideout. You're the captain. Finally managed to track us down, haven't you? Filthy watch chains of T Corp. And you clock! You clock, he says. It's only elementary, because I am an ace detective. Rodya exclaimed triumphantly as she flicked her hair back, but I sensed the smallest hint of uncertainty in her voice. Yep, we're all ace detectives. I'll admit, we shouldn't have let you track us down. But you don't look so strong. It's a foolish move to fight a lion in his den. I hope you prepared yourselves. Don't you worry about our butts. We got a class 5 staff with us, you know? I can deduce a few things about you. One, that man's outfit, that aloof look on his face. I see it's likely that you're not lying, that he really is a class 5 staff. What's the man's outfit got to do with it? 2, you're absolutely shameless for bringing a class 5 watch chain to a rundown hideout like this. What does that have to do with shame? I don't know about shame, but this place sure is run down. Right? How about this? I'll sit this one out just for the sake of fairness. It'll be like cheating if I were to take part in this fight, yeah? That is a fair proposal. Fine, I accept your offer. Do we not get a say in any of this?
어떤 시간과 공간에 계시는 관리자님이 들을지
Okay.
몰라도 그때를 위해서 미리 응원을 녹음해야 한다는 거군요. 아 이런, 이것도 녹음되고 있는지는 미처 몰랐네요.
전투응대에 나선다.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
There we go.
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네요.
Okay.
가서 끝장내죠. 직접 알게 합니다. 인간의 준비야.
A에 거스르지 말고.
직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다.
Alright.
관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을 통틀어 신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요.
Nice.
긍정적인 변화네요.
직접 타도하죠.
Fuck him up, Rodya.
무지하니까 맞는 거야. 맞는 거야.
우리가 우세를 점하고
Oh.
있어.
Man's
하지만
about to have
여기서
a
방심하면 안 돼.
rough time.
지휘팀이라면 완벽하고 빈틈없이 모든 걸
직접 알게
끝마쳐야 하지
합니다.
않겠어?
맞는 거야.
Wave 2 out of 2. Okay, good.
전투응대에 나선다.
그런 것도 되죠.
Very nice.
A에 거스르지 말고. A에 거스르지 말고.
무지하니까 하니까
직원들이 우세한 환경에
How's this
있습니다.
do again?
관리자님이
Tremor
제 말을
distribution.
집중해서 듣고 있었다는
Gain
결과겠죠.
tremor.
이런
Some of all
과정들을
allies
통틀어
tremor.
신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요.
Offense level
긍정적인 변화네요.
up. Wait, what? Wait, this gives you offense level up? What the fuck?
전투응대에 나선다.
그런 것도 되죠.
우효타. 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
편하게 가자고요. 편하게 가자고요.
영원한 잠으로 인도하지. 즉시 꿈을 꾸러 가도록.
데이에 맞서는 자들을 확실하게 굴복시켰죠. 그럼 다음 타겟을 설정해 볼까요?
The Year of the Mystery.
헌팅 커틀러리 준비 끝.
이만하면 순항이죠. 바람도 딱 좋네.
Oh, focus battle. Alright. Aggressive Year of the Bees and quick-witted Year of the Bees. Tremor. Wait. Oh, they are causing tremor distribution themselves. Let's see. Tremor and inflict tremor. In panic. If in panic, reset the speed to 0. Alright. Tremor. 12, 15, 14, and then 10.
전투응대에 나선다.
데이에 거스르지 말고.
Very nice.
무지하니까
Okay.
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제 1 사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
직접 알게 한다. 즉시
일격에 저렇게나?
그런 것도 되죠.
Very nice.
이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
직접 알게 한다.
방금 건 제대로 된 공격이 아니었는데.
맞는 거야.
혹시 너희들 중에 매뉴얼을
맞는
제대로
거야.
안 읽고 온 사람들이 있는 걸까?
Wave 2. Oh, there it is. You're the big captain. Tremor. Gain. Tremor shield. Oh, gain shield by tremor. Okay. If the target is staggered by this unit's attack or tremor burst, all allies heal 10 SP. And you're out of tremor. Okay.
전투응대에 나선다. 깨달았나? 민감을 준비하고.
I fucking love mass attacks. I love regular attacks that can hit multiple people. It would be more
비틀거리고
accurate to
있는
say.
기체가 보입니다. 이전까지 있었던 대부분의 관리자들은 이
Can't use
타이밍에서
that weapon now.
결정적인 일격을 지시하곤 했죠.
Tremor. Trigger amplitude conversion to tremor decay. Defensible for every 4 tremor potency on self when hit by skills that trigger tremor burst. Okay.
전투응대에 나선다.
베이에 거스르지 말고. 베이에 거스르지 말고.
There we go.
개체의 상태가 좋지 않아 보여. 이 틈을 파고들어서 완벽하게 제압시켜보자.
직접 알게 한다.
베이에 거스르지 말고. 편하게 가자고요.
맞는 거야.
와, 성공했어. 보여? 개체가 더 이상 움직이지 않네. 이대로 남은 대상들도 전부 움직일 수 없게 만들어보자.
The greater good. Draw all other allies' tremor count to self. Tremor on all allies expired. Gain 1 offense level up for every 3 channel count on self. Tremor distribution, tremor reverb. It's not damage equal to tremor potency. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, Clash of. Okay. I guess I'm just gonna have to kill you then. This one.
직접 타도하죠.
즉시 꿈을 꾸러 가도록.
마지막 방구.
그런 것도 되죠.
Very
편하게
nice.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Oh, sorry about that. We quickly moved our conversation to the hideout after defeating the URDV members. Gah! Surrender and confess. Starting to run low on patience. Might kill you soon. No, it looks like Ryoshi's getting tired of playing detective. We've surrendered already. Not sure what you want us to confess either. Why would you like for us to confess that we're the URDV or something? We hesitated, unsure if he really was clueless or not. That's when Rodya confidently strode forward and pointed an accusatory finger at the URDV captain. Right, questioning time. You've always hated this nest state of affairs, am I right? Must you really ask? You like inventing stuff and not registering them to the tech agency, don't ya? Yeah, again, must you really inquire about something you could discern simply by looking around? Ooh, mind if I take a gander at these inventions? Wait, don't just go around touching. I see. This hedgehog toy is a time bomb disguised as a plushie. It scans the palm as soon as it enters within a certain proximity range, and if it doesn't recognize the palm as an authorized individual's, it will shoot out its spines to penetrate the intruder. But you've screwed the parts too tightly down here. You do well to remember that mechanical engineering isn't all about tightening the screws as hard as you can. Sometimes you need to slightly loose screw or two to make things fit better. And another thing, if I were you, I would have made the spine holes hexagon shaped, not circular. You could tell that from a quick look. You're certainly no common employee. Well, either way, most of these are experiments, complete products in truth. In truth, you like making more dangerous inventions too, right? You really are a persistent one, aren't you? What are you getting at? And I'm sure these violent inventions eventually led to something that can completely rip someone's time away. Wait, what? The culprit behind the case of the time-killing time. It's you guys, right? It's what you do, isn't it? You see something that rubs you the wrong way, so you go ahead and smash it to bits. Well, that's a bit of a logical leap, isn't it? What do you think we're URDVR? Well, sounds like this friend of yours in the URDV really messed up big time in the past, hmm? Did he do something drastically violent? No, Sonia, he kind of did the opposite. She was the drastically violent one. He always knew how to say the right things to get people to agree with him, to convince them to join his cause. His words filled me with this confidence that we could really change the world, that it really was an effort as effortless as letting candy slowly melt away in my mouth. But what could he possibly do to change the world? He doesn't even do anything, not unlike these guys. I bet the T Corp URDV are nothing more than knockoffs who just found themselves inspired by stories coming out of J Corp, or It's absolutely baffling how you failed to correctly deduce a single thing. No, we're not knockoffs, besides. The Saint has already brought many changes to this world. Changes that you mere detectives can't even dream of. The Saint? Indeed, Saint Sonia was the only one who really sparkled the fire in the Eurydice in every nest. Well, that isn't the only reason they call him the Saint. That's beside the point. Eurydice? In every nest? Sonia did that? Since you claim to be Saint Sonia's friend, allow me to say it in no uncertain terms. Why the fuck do you have to phrase it like that? Eurydice has nothing to do with your case. Sonia, are we supposed to take you at your word? First, we don't have this time-killing technology. We can steal time on our timepieces, but it's practically impossible to kill time. Making something so absurd would surely catch the tech agency's attention. And that is trouble that I'm not willing to invite. Why? You've certainly been causing a ruckus here. Isn't that what the Eurydice wants? Chaos? Please don't compare us to the likes of Backstreet gangs. Though there are those among us who want that chaos, of course, which is pretty sus. One of our former members insisted that we must take the abundance of time in T Corp for ourselves and have our comrades divided equally among us. God dang it! But such drastic action would also hurt the have-nots, those who do not deserve such pain. So we must adhere to the Saint's teachings, truly tear out the throats of the rich. We must wait for the right moment. The right moment. So it really was Sonia. So I've been wondering, are you really the Saint's friend? Of course she is. He even invite her to join his journey. Why don't we leave for now? We can always come back here once we uncover more evidence. Dante says let's leave for now. Are we not arresting them? Didn't one of you give me a whole lecture about how it's my job to arrest them? Rodya ignored the assistant's question and turned around to leave the hideout, wearing a dark expression, something I had never seen from her before. The assistant shrugged, and we were about to leave the hideout as well, but the Eurydice captain stopped us. Wait, if you really are a friend of the Saint, then I can't let you leave without giving you some advice as a more experienced detective. I was able to establish a few things from this conversation, so allow me to share them with you. Oh, right, you dabble in detective work from time to time as well, yes? Is this a common thing that the Eurydice get up to? No, only the Eurydice branch and District 20 do. Anyway, if I were you, I would start by looking for a common thread that ties all victims together. Find out what they have in common. Why? The T Corp Collections Agency knows everything about time. Where it comes from, where it goes, but not with this case. But if they know everything about comings and goings of time, how are you avoiding their eyes? Not all of us do. I can't tell you more. However, just know that we have an ace up our sleeve that lets us continue our guerrilla activities in this nest. Anyways, does it not strike you as odd that for someone with such impressive technology that can quite literally rip away time without a trace, the killer seems unusually passive? This tells me that there is a condition they must first meet to use their powers. Another possibility is that they have a certain creed or a belief system that they follow, but ideologically motivated culprits usually leave behind more obvious evidence that points to their beliefs. Oh, I think that adds up nicely. Wanna join our squad of ace detectives? Who the hell hired this bumbling team of amateur detective wannabes? Never mind. Now, would you kindly leave this place? Well, we now know where the Eurydice are. We can always come back here if we ever need anything else. I'm sorry about that.
대의에 맞서는 자들을 확실하게 굴복시켰죠. 그럼 다음 타겟을 설정해 볼까요?
Oh, I like this illustration. Or the killer. And the... Wait, what the fuck? This is Rodya. Why is Son Blue so small? Why is his figurine so... What the fuck? Right, that's the gallows. That's pretty neat art. Alright, now, before we keep going, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. So I'm just gonna throw it to the standby screen, and I'll be right back. Hey, I'm back. Okay. Transition here. Should be good to keep going. So let's keep going. An odd impression. I'm thinking about Otis for some reason. Probably because it is they keep calling Odysseus odd. Just as a short name. Anyway. Well then, the Eurodiv is swearing up and down that they've got nothing to do with the case. At the time, Reaper's still at large. What now, is detectives? But we don't have any other leads. The one we talked to just left the hideout, so why don't we follow him? Well, I was going to say we could wait for that one time frozen person to stop being time frozen, but we don't know for how long they're going to be time frozen. I think the other guy said he lost 2 days, so yeah, we don't know. You want to tail that Eurodivi? Well, looks like not arresting them may pay off after all. I think that's a fair suggestion. Waste of time. We should torture them one by one until someone breaks. Well, according to page 155 of Lady Agatha's book, an ace detective must always remain vigilant and not shy away from stakeouts. You're already on page 155? Don Quixote gave us this book so that we can all become ace detectives, but I've been reading it whenever I can. The Eurodivi's petty time thievery won't change the world. Is that why you're letting them go? Because it doesn't matter? No, not at all. It's the opposite, in fact. I want to see things change. Change. It said that the Eurodivi started from a small group of nobodies. They kept at it, slowly but surely, spreading throughout the city. I heard that they've been causing some real trouble in some nests, that they find it difficult to get rid of them. Do you know what people have been saying here at T Corp? Running low on time, but burning full of frustration. And come join the Eurodivi. Unlike most people who accept injustices and move on, they don't. They refuse to turn a blind eye, confident and determined that they will one day bring real change to the city. It's only natural that I find them extremely fascinating to witness. To what end do their desperate desires and aspirations lead? Nothing but impotent squirmings. I'm sorry. Do any of you even give a damn about solving the case? This case has a certain destructive aesthetic to it. I like it. I'm following my family elder's words to see and experience as much of the world as I can before I return, because their words better be followed. Sounds excruciatingly bothersome. So many things in this world presuming that they deserve to call themselves family. I've never heard you talk like that, Ryoshu. What will you ever accomplish with such a half-heartedness? Don't worry about it. Most people live on with that very half-heartedness. It's been eons since I really desired something with all my heart, you know. No, I'm not most people. From the distance, loud rapid footsteps broke through Rodya's quiet whispers. I knew it! The culprit was our Eurodivi. Good! They're here. Won't give them the slip this time. Okay, let's go. Maybe you'll catch them this time if you learn to breathe like Mersault, Ryoshu. Rodya, let's... Rodya came to a sudden stop and looked at me, staring at me from underneath the shadows cast over her eyes. Tante, do you think it would have been different if I followed Sonia back at the casino? Why do you ask? I mean, it's just... watching Sonia's goals actually start to take shape while I stagnated, unchanging, and it's making me feel... Rodya hesitated. Odd. An odd impression. Hey, she said the thing. You're late, clock. The two sinners had a head start, but it didn't take very long before we caught up to them and saw them quietly kneeling behind cover. We'll go ahead and draw their attention. We should be able to corner them in this direction. Since Ryoshu and Honglu are out there to draw the culprit here, just have to do our part and capture them. Yeah. What's wrong, Rodya?
Have you not been paying attention?
Just every time I think about Sonia, I remember all the things that I couldn't do. That's all. Rodya.
Nope. Not gonna let this drag me down.
Just gotta do what I can, right? Wouldn't it be so nice if the culprit just showed up right now so I can get my hands on him and get it over with?
All this waiting around is getting so tedious. Hopefully I'll look real badass when I arrest him.
You certainly recover quick. Now that's a good attitude to have. Well, you know, ain't that how emotions are supposed to be? Constantly changing with time, you know?
Is it now? I don't quite agree. Emotions don't change with time. I'd say that the changing emotions are what drive the flow of time.
That's some complicated stuff.
I just can't wait to hear all the praises they'll sing of me once I snag this URDV rascal. That's all. You know, I want to be an ace detective.
Then you shall have your chance. Exclamation point. Chance for you to be the center of attention, a subject of praise. Exclamation point.
The long coat, that hat. You're Rodya, Dante. The culprit ran that way. You're the Time Ripper.
Ooh, that's a really neat design. Correct. Well, this isn't good. It'll take a while for Honglu and Ryoshu to get here. But before we get down to business, allow me to make a few corrections. 1. I am no longer bound to an organization like the EuroTV. In fact, I found their hypocrisy detestable. Did you know that even the EuroTV did not use their hours equally amongst one another? That is why I have chosen action. 2. I am not killing time. You will not compare my crusade to something so hollow. I merely reap the dying hours, to share it among those who need it most. You may call me the Time Saint instead.
What the hell are you talking about? Shut up and...
All this is flying over your head, isn't it? You poor little thing. Starved for even a morsel of praise. This is both a correction of your ignorance and your final warning. If you wish to capture me, no, us, then you must be prepared to pay the price in time.
Was that an attempt at a threat? Ha! You seriously think you can scare me like that? Sure, you're big scary Time Ripper, but I've got you all figured out. I know your patterns. There's something staying in your hand, isn't there? Whether it's your creed, some kind of design flaw in your tech, you can't touch my time. How'd you like this Ace Detective's deductions, huh?
Alright, but you're giving me 2 more corrections to make. 1. I am not the one killing time. It's you, and everyone like you who's killing time. 2. Indeed, we cannot rip time away from just anyone, no, but I can take yours. Because you, at this very moment, are mired in tedium.
What?
Oh, he can take the time of people who are wasting time. Okay, I see. Or who don't know what to do with their time. Just biding the time, aren't you? Waiting for something to happen. Killing time. We are merely taking back the time that you would have killed anyway. Swing that axe, and you might carve a small chunk of our flesh, but we will rip a chunk out of your existence. You will stir awake when the clock strikes 4, in 50 years' time, having done nothing, having lived through nothing, all in the blink of an eye. That's when it shall dawn on you, the despair. It'll all come rushing on like a flood, the disparity, the unfamiliarity of all the time you killed. Every pain a reminder of every single second you've killed, thinking about how tedious it all is. You look scared. We like that look in your eyes. Rodya stood there, completely frozen. No one could stop the Time Reaper as he walked away from us. Not me, not Rodya. The culprit, where are they? I thought I could take them on, but when I came face to face with the Ripper, how could you give them the slip? They threatened her, that they were going to rip away her time. Oh no. And the Ripper knew. They knew how I felt, so... Never mind. It seemed to me that Rodya decided not to say it out loud, but I knew that the word she wanted to say was tedious. Pathetic. Unlike you, Ryoshu, my time is important. I'm not here just to make those stupid, pointless observations about the case. I didn't volunteer or some weird obligation either, okay? I volunteered because I genuinely wanted to solve the case. I'm not like you, either of you. I briefly grew concerned that Ryoshu might swing her scabbard at Rodya, but I don't think she was listening anyway. How banal. Instead, she stared up at the clock tower in silence as a cigarette slowly burned its way to her lips. That's not a cigarette. I guess that's a relief? Rodya, Sorry, I think I might just be getting tired of wearing a silly smile. Understandable. Twisted time. Rodya was the one to lift the team's mood when it's down, but the mood among us had grown so incredibly awkward and cold that I was almost starting to feel a chill in my fingers. I guess this is what happens when Rodya is in a depressive mood. If we were back at the bus, or if Isang or Gregor were here, they would have at least tried to say something to break the ice. But neither Ryoshu or Honglu are the kind of people to be heavily affected by such a frosty mood. So we just trudged on with our investigation. Huh? Looks like the culprit got him in the middle of something. He knew the river. How can you tell? By looking at his eyes, isn't it obvious? That look in his eyes. It's the kind of look that people have in their eyes when getting killed by a rat they know. Well, he's not exactly dead, you know. This dead body looks kinda different from the last one we saw, though. Not a dead body either, but what is it? The culprit tore his scarf in half. Maybe they really disagreed with his fashion choices. The Eurodivi must live like fools in the eyes of others, so that we may see a path invisible to them. Rodya? It's something Sonia once said. Told me that the scarf was a yoke to hide the great ambition, that those with such dreams must remain bound. But I don't see you wearing that scarf. Heh, I just think it grabs my style. Then chopping the scarf in half would mean that the killer might be a former member of the Eurodivi. We should go back to their hideout and ask around. I mean, he did say I'd no longer affiliate myself with the Eurodivi, so that implies that he used to. Damn it, the Ripper got our boss! Huh, are you asking if anyone quit recently? Well, it's not like they formally quit or anything, but there were some who went completely off the grid.
Someone who wanted us to steal their surplus of time at T Corp, to share it equally among everyone. Yeah, I remember a lad who said something like that. When his younger brother died, he became a bit weird. Did anyone want to go along with that plan? Well, I'm sure there are some, but we shouldn't. We're the Euro TV. We must bide our time until the saint give us the word.
Is that so? Where is he?
No idea. Last I heard, he said something like, "I'll always be watching you." Creepy, innit? But I suppose that means that he's still hanging around somewhere within T Corp borders.
Huh. Our buzzman's gonna be back to normal, right?
He'll always be watching, huh?
Clock. I always burn a cig after I kill.
But you're always smoking.
Because it takes about 4 minutes for the cig to burn all the way through. I get to watch as the light of his life slowly burn out in their dying eyes. It really enhances the flavor. 4 minutes. I know that it takes exactly 4 minutes for this cigarette to burn away. But only 2 minutes have passed on that clock tower.
Huh? That doesn't make sense.
How come no one noticed that the clock tower was broken? This isn't a new development, by the way. From the moment our little game of detective started to this precise moment, the clock tower always measured only 2 minutes by the time I finished smoking. Didn't someone say that it's because people have learned to be helpless?
I've been waiting for some time to get finished for a while. Do you know how much pain it is to wait for something but also have too much time in your day? It's so tedious.
Methinks it's a real bother. Standing guard here, all this stop and search, so tedious. Hey, assistant. What were the first 2 victims doing when the Reaper struck?
Let's see. One of them was attacked while purchasing a 13-flavored lollipop candy, and the other one was reading a comic about starring a T Corp inventor as its protagonist. I'd say it's a pretty fun read.
Are there a lot of clock towers in T Corp?
A total of 12 in the entirety of T Corp, but just one in this general area.
The Time Reaper struck only near this clock tower, didn't they?
Right on, detective.
What if they slowed down the clock tower and made everyone in the area feel that sense of extreme tedium?
Tedium? I see. So that's what it was. It can rip time only from people who are bored.
The clock tower. It should give me a nice view to blow smoke at.
Oh, here's something I forgot to mention. You know that you need an actual evidence to make an arrest, right, detective?
Huh? Well, duh.
You have to catch them in the act. Can't go around arresting people just because you feel like it, But do we have to let them attack us or something? Just so we can catch them in the act?
Don't you know? It can literally rip the time out of you. A small mistake and you might wake up weeks, months, or even years later. We don't even know if that's the kind of thing that Dante can rewind. Yes, it's all very tragic, but it's still part of your responsibilities. Do you even care about catching the culprit? Or is learning how he rips time all you care about?
I don't again, ace detective.
Once thought that there were no inventions in T Corp that I didn't know their ins and outs about.
You see, I have the intricate knowledge of the mechanisms of every single machinery in existence within T Corp. I even know about the bizarre construction of your friend back at the jail cell invented while he was here.
I didn't want that invention to be beholden to the T Corp patents agency, no. I wanted to watch as it spread through the city, which is why I didn't try very hard to stop him as he scraped through the back streets. It wasn't because I was lazy, mind. So to answer your question, no. Like in the case of the League of Nine Literatures, I don't care whether we catch up the culprit or not. I'm just curious about the exact mechanism behind how he rips time. It's the nature of being an inventor. Agreed. How am I supposed to even get anything done with people like... excuse me, Mr. Assistant? I have something I'd like to ask you. Back when Marceau stood on the temporal scale gallows, didn't the machine beep very loudly?
Oh, that recent field.
Oh, that reticent friend. Yes, it did. If you have the intricate knowledge of the mechanisms of every single machinery in existence within T Corp, then do you also know why it malfunctioned? Of course. Why wasn't the gallows able to take 10 billion R and 10 billion ans worth of time from Marceau? Was it really because it was broken?
What are you talking about? It's statistically impossible for the machines of my design to have any faults. Usually.
Then the source of that error must be Marceau. Or all of us, right? Not the machine.
Huh? Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! You're not only looking the part, but also acting the part of an ace detective. Could have fooled me.
All credits go to Lady Agatha. She did say that one of the qualities of an ace detective is a mind of bottomless inquisitiveness, after all. Uh-huh.
I thought the condition of getting exempt from our time tax was that we had to catch the culprit?
That was what I was thinking when the Class 5 auditor began speaking again as if to address my concerns.
I'm not saying that I won't cooperate, of course. I may have even devised a plan for you, though it may be somewhat simple. Now listen close. We're gonna use one of us as bait, aren't we? I mean, Rodya technically is already bait, but... The Clock Tower of Fear. Oh, everyone. Alright, before doing that, let's see if I can pull fast. And nope, okay. Well, not the fast I was looking for, but okay. Also, yeah, I can afford Ryo.
담배 한 갑에 불창나서 다섯? 그딴 소리를 하는 거 보니 네 놈머리에 나사가 빠졌나 보군.
Alright.
실컷 찍어라. 이왕이면 흩뿌린 피가 잘 담길 수 있겠지.
Alright. Probably should. Actually, I'm pretty sure I just got the necessary clocks.
T Corp staff standard issue. Wait, what? T Corp staff standard issue weaponry. A rice cooker that doubles as a slow cooker for hearty beef stew. Cute chicken shaped plush. Lollipop candies of various flavor too. Oh. It's describing what she's buying, I think. All kinds of items are on display in each stall. At this famous bartering market of the URDV underground hideouts. Child came here to trade for an item of great importance. That is why she scrounged for every single leftover screw she could find after building her invention. 4 screws for a box of 6? Aren't they of equivalent worth?
Ha! Nonsense! This box is packed to the brim with 6, I'll have you know, 7 screws.
The URDV merchant shakes his head. The child wasn't going to back down just yet. She shoved the screws on her palm closer to his face and declared,
4. 6, and that's with the discount for being one of us, lass.
4.
5. I won't go any lower than that, alright?
4. Refuse again, and I'll sink. Perhaps the child's glare intimidated him. His eyes began to wander in search for something he needed, something she would be happy to take care of, in return of the box of 6. They came to a sudden stop in his radio that broke down some time ago. his attachment radio. Oh, wait, just hold on a moment. How about this? No need to pay me with screws, yeah? Just get this broken radio working again, and I'll give you the whole box. Oh. Great. So I did try my hand at fixing it, and from what I can tell, it's a wiring problem down the... Ah! Just as the merchant was starting to explain what was wrong with his radio, the child pulled out a massive spanner from somewhere and began smashing the merchant's radio with it. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy sound of metal slamming into metal, something one wouldn't expect to hear outside places like the workshops, was more than enough to freak out the merchant. He jumped from his seat screaming as he tried to stop the child, but it was too late. What the hell, lass? Look, it's completely busted. Look harder. The merchant, after a moment of silence for his scratch radio, dejectedly reached out and pressed its buttons, and exclaimed with joy. What? Huh? That worked? You can always trust percussive maintenance to do its job. The child was no longer interested in conversing further with the merchant, no matter how happy he looked at it. He looked as he tinkered with the radio. She was now looking at the other child, who was eyeing the sundry lollipops on display at the other stall. She took a box of cigarettes from the merchant before kicking the other child in the shin. No more lollipops. Time to give me a job. Now. You know I'm technically your captain, right? How come you're always kicking me to get my attention? You're so mean. The child protested with a lollipop in his mouth, and he rubbed his shin in pain, but his expression made it quite clear that he didn't really mind the small violence. In fact, it appeared that the other child was used to such treatments from her. He nonchalantly produced a bundle of paper from his overcoat and placed it in her hand. I would appreciate it a lot if you could come to our hideout to pick up your next assignment. Anyways, I trust that you'll take care of this list just as well, right? Your appreciation is numb. Targets you gave me last time were too bland. I barely felt anything from bashing in their skulls. Then you'll like this one. Your next target is a bigwig, an actual industrialist, the proprietor of the biggest factory in the area. His... The child's lips slowly curled into a smile as the other child continued to explain her target. The child, now outside the EuroTV hideout and weapon in hand, slowly stalks her target. The look of unsuppressed elation is clear on her face. Hung Lu, the brat, he finally fished up something exciting. In her hands is a piece of paper they called the list. Names of those who exploited the weak and downtrodden filled the paper from corner to corner, barely leaving any white paper to be seen under all the ink. The child's current target was on the list. It's such an artistic ecstasy to watch the look of someone who's never experienced shortened time have their time taken from them. This child didn't have some grand just purpose in mind when she picked up the list. She doesn't really care about the redistribution of wealth or making sure that no one goes hungry either. The heinous acts of evil men was none of her business either. In fact, even the EuroTV ideology was none of her business. She just enjoyed cutting the halves short, whether it was cutting their time short or their lives. ROW is the AOS. The child suddenly breaks into a sprint after passing the flickering streetlight. The child swings the spanner, albeit an oddly slow speed. If someone with a lot of time were to see it, they would have been able to tell the exact trajectory of the swing. But the rich man still failed to dodge her assault. As she swung it at a meticulously calculated angle that left no room for him to move. A weighty blunt noise briefly echoes through the alley. The child's grin satisfactorily as she places the cigarette she traded for between her lips. She extracted quite a bit of time from the target, That's when she noticed a brief flashing light next to the street light. A T Corp surveillance camera. That recording won't do this piece of art justice. The child furrowed her brows and swung her spanner again, this time at the camera. The surveillance camera promptly drops to the ground. Now, isn't this a much better angle? I would see if I have enough stuff to level her up. Alright. Oof. You know what? Well, hopefully she'll survive at 38. Alright. Looks like you've got a blank loose yourself. Screw loose, yeah. Yep, an ankle loose. A foolish master loose yourself. Alright. Got the word of fear. Alright, now make a property. Also change you. Last. Slav angle. You're the same as that guy.
재밌군.
I'm aware.
내가 맞지.
I have it. Okay.
밧줄 단단히 묶어라.
Right, you. I need someone with Pierce.
고래를 향해.
Oh, you're mostly Sash. The fuck?
출전이군요.
Nah, yeah, that's fine. Okay.
사건 속으로.
So, will this really work? I guess it's barely a plan and more like something we came up with in the last 10 minutes, but still. Tsk. Annoying. Shh, let's hide. Hi, I've been waiting for you. Did he really just say hi to the Ripper? How interesting. Not only did you know that I'd be coming here, but you also had the manners to extend your greetings. I see. You've been telling us this whole time. Of course. You were right under our noses all this time, weren't you? You're one of those fools playing pretend as a detective, aren't you? Killing time. You're right. Say, can you teach me how to make most of my time? Give us your time, and we might tell you. What? 30 hours? What is this? A bloody joke? That ain't enough. Just think about all those hours we've lost fleeing from those sods. We could have spent that time ripping more hours from others. I say that it's only fair that we take 300 hours from him. Agreed. He's one of the Nest's lackeys, working with those filthy watch chains of T Corp. He deserves it. If we let him go, he'll only bring further trouble. Let's show them what happens to those that oppose us. Seconded. Let's try to extract the exact amount of hours. That evenly splits into 12 pieces. Wait, what? Does 300 split into 12? I don't know.
Sorted. Let's stab as deep as we can go. We don't want the repeat of the fat cat at the factory, do we? We're aiming straight for the center. We're not letting this bastard slip away with just a gash of 100 hours.
Silence. I will decide the time. We will stab as deep as we can and rip 1,000 hours from him. That should be more than enough time for us to happily share. Well, I suppose we've been losing our sense of taste for the next 1,000 hours. If we divide the burden of 1,000 hours equally amongst one another, yeah, I can roll with that. Huh? It's almost like there's multiple personalities in there, all taking turns to speak. The culprit wasn't the only one who suddenly began to behave strangely. Honglu did too. His face relaxed into a tranquil look, as though he was ready to let something go. Or perhaps that was an expression of liberation. 1,000 hours. Will 1,000 hours have passed in the blink of an eye? Yes, and there will be no pain. Only the despair that awaits you upon your awakening. Then, I like that. Rip my time away. Fucking exclamation point? He didn't mean that, did he? A time-tearing razor, is it? So that is the core of the power that extracts time. Thought it was no invention at all, but a distortion. My, this is still highly fascinating. So this is the kind of power that a distortion can grant. Powers that only one could have dreamt of. Well, damn. But what happens if Honglu isn't bored? After a lengthy silence, as though the world itself had come to a grinding halt. Why can't we rip away your time? I see. Everything went according to plan is all. So, same. I blinked, but the world is just as familiar and changeless as ever. What? We've walked right into a trap, you daft idiots. Don't you understand? Detectives. AOTS. Whew, that's a relief. Had me worried for a moment there. About 30 minutes ago. Well, like I said earlier, the temporal scale gallows isn't broken. The error was caused by you. Your time, and this applies to all 12 of you, was already bound to someone else's time. Someone else's time? Me? This caused a multi-reference error in the temporal scale gallows, which was supposed to hang your time. So what you're saying is, because we're living within Dante's time, the gallows couldn't hang our time. I had no idea. Well, if all that is news to us, then there's really no way for the Time Reaper to know that either. So once the Time Reaper arrives and tries to rip my time away from me, that's when Rodya and Ryoshu can swoop in like the awesome people you are and arrest the culprit. And that's how this trap came to be. But what if, and really what if, what if the Time Reaper manages to rip Honglu's time away? Don't worry, Dante. It's all going to be okay. Huh. I wonder how long the racket will last once the news of my malfunctioning clock tower breaks. Wouldn't it be so entertaining to watch people's trust in the institution of the supposedly unerring clock tower crumble? It's going to be such a fun show. I'll try my best not to malfunction. Tick tock, tick tock. Hey, participation trophy. I used to really hate the sound of clocks. I don't know when it started, but I started associating its noise with the perpetual cycle of pain. Like it's some premonition that a clock hand-shaped blade will one day cleave clean through me. A blade of time, if you will. But your noise? It's a bit different. It's the kind of noise that makes me dream up something new, something different. And it's not pain. Well, that's why I wanted to extend my gratitude. I'm not sure what he's extending his gratitude for, but I can ask. Can someone ask him to do something for me? Dante has a request. Right, request away. I think I've had enough experience to intuit when a big fight's about to break out, and I'm getting the exact feeling that something's about to happen. So it's time for you to return the other sinners. I can't believe they actually kept us in prison the whole time, only to let us go right before they caught the culprit. So how was it, manager? Adventuring just with 3 sinners? Was it nice? I trust that you have learned your lesson, and that my absence was deeply felt. I'm making all over just from sitting inside that jail cell. I don't ever want to go back to a place like that. Right, so is that Saw the Time Reaper or something? A distortion we must defeat. So that explains why I can use everyone here. Okay. The Time Reaper. Holy shit. 16 offense level up. And 1,000 stolen time. At 200 plus value, gain offense level up and defense. Oh shit! Oh shit! This one's going hard. Ah shit! I'm gonna have to at this point play this. And turn start at less than 200 value, gain offense level down and defense level down. Okay. Are you afraid? When in time acceleration state, flash power +1 at 75% reduce health, consume 50 stolen time and gain 1 protection. Once per turn. Alright. When in time acceleration state, flash power +2 at 500 plus stolen time, inflict plus bleed at 300 stolen time, consume 25 stolen time and inflict 1 more bleed potency and count with this skill. If in panic, reset speed to 0. Oh, you can panic? Oh, alright. This unit panic type does not change when inflicted with an effect that changes panic types. Instead, this unit is inflicted when an effect is inflicted against targets without a speed. Ah, I see. Rescue time. Have 1,000 stolen time at the start of the encounter. Accelerated regeneration. On turn end, if a part is broken, spend 100 time from that part to recover from part broken state next turn. Ah, I see. So if I break his parts, you only have the body. Alright. Alright. Alright, what?
상대할 맛이 나는 놈들이면 좋겠다.
Fire Tremor Can, Dash Power +2, Fire Tremor Can, Coin Power +1, it's a 16, Gain 2 Tremor, Gain 2 Tremor. some 10 tremor to gain control +1. This is also 16. I don't think I'm gonna be clashing with you. Ah shit, but the sun goes so hard. Track, I suppose, not sun. Alright, who's resistant to slash? Actually, can either of you dodge? Nope. Okay.
단번에 끝낸다.
사실 이런 보모 부실은 제가 아니라
오케이.
세피라들의 역할이긴 하죠. 관리자님도 알다시피 저는 언제나 수십 명의 몫을 해내고 있으니까요.
파던
Why the fuck are none of you rolling heads? Oh shit.
아군 대리 무너졌다. 재정비를 해보는 게 좋아.
Unclashable. Big time belief entitlement. Targeted by a time repair while time acceleration is active. Consume 200 stun time and gain time acceleration. Gain 5 speed, enhance this unit's skills. Gain fragile. Tremor burst. Skill or current effect that raises unit stagger. Threshold it raises by more. Okay. It's power +1 for every stolen time until. So +9 right now. Alright.
최선을 다해보자. 아니, 방금 벌레 말은 듣지 않다는 사람 누구야?
Power +1. +1 attack weight. Alright.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
What do I need for this soda? More gluttony. Okay. I'm not really using my gluttony right now.
상대할 맛이 나는 놈들이면 좋겠고. 타도한다.
아무것도 되지 않아.
Fuck him up, Rodya.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
That wasn't a lot of damage, but still.
오늘도
나를
즐거운
보호해.
하루의 시작이네. 그렇지? 잠시만. 볼륨 좀 확인해 볼게. 대답 소리가 잘 들리지 않아서.
No, wait. We were doing that, and
보자 너.
oh, I should have changed that. I just wasted all that tremor.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
저놈을 추적해.
God damn! I'm just not getting any hits when I need to.
이런 동료들 상태에 신경 좀
And my
쓰셔야 할 것
healer's
같은데요.
freaking stunned
관리자님.
again. And I still don't have enough gluttony for that.
지켜라. 내게 관심이 쏠렸으니 너희가 공격할 기회는 더욱 많아진다.
What the fuck?
자, 맛볼 시간이다.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
Need more glasses for that. Okay, but it's staggered right now. Anyone's bleeding? Kind of. Not too much.
직접 타도하죠.
오늘도 즐거운 하루의 시작이네. 그렇지? 잠시만. 볼륨 좀 확인해볼게. 대답 소리가 잘 들리지
No
않아서.
flashables. No. Okay. Ah. I can do a thing. And I just set myself back on that. Okay. Oh, not yet. Doing some more of these.
보자 너.
Alright,
이 전투는 승리할
I'll take that.
전열을 지켜라. 내게 관심이 쏠렸으니 너희가 공격할 기회는 더욱 많아진다.
실수하는 건 괜찮아.
에휴.
나도 자주 덜렁대서 수첩에 모든 걸 적어놓으며 다녔거든. 마음만 약해지지만 않으면 되는 거야.
Okay. No time acceleration yet. Why is this hopeless? Just because of the sanity? Well, you're my best bet. And you're also resistant to slash. Well,
보자 너.
yeah.
이대로 가면 난파예요. 알아들어요?
I might want to not attack with you for now. What do I need for another heal? Envy and Lust 4. Gluttony. I feel like I should save that, but
총원 불격!
there we go.
효율적인
Come on,
대처로
get the stagger.
기지를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게
제이에
하지 않아요.
거스르지 말고.
I still don't want you to attack. Well, no, I still don't want you to attack. Also, what the fuck is your deal? You haven't gotten a 3 in, like, this whole fight. Well, no, yeah, you did get a couple earlier, but still.
가던
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
Unclashable. Now you're still at 100. But now you have gain 100. Okay, we should be good, I think.
총원 불격!
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
모두 봤지? 방금 그 방법은 적절한 공격이 아니었어. 실수였을까? 아니면 노력이 부족했을까?
Ah, come on.
참, 이런 상황인데도 어떻게 끝이 보이네요. 조금만 더 해보죠.
I can just bomb rush him. Unless... No, I should be able to just bomb rush him.
가던 그 시간을 뿌리도록 하지.
Okay. Have you ever wept in such a deep longing for that extra minute, that extra second you let slip through your fingers, where you wish that your heart would forever sleep, for its every beat was but a painful reminder of the merciless march of time. I don't suppose you have, because all you have plenty of time, because you all have plenty of time to spare. With that, the Time Reaper slips into the shimmering portal. A mirror dungeon of the Fathoms. It appears to be the same kind as the one we have seen before. Hey, Dante, I've got a question. It just occurred to me for the first time. All the time that you use, where does it come from? Oh, I don't know. I never gave thought to where the time I rewind comes from. All I knew was that when I turned the clock, I rewound the time. WC. Yeah, who cares, I guess. I mean, that's one abbreviation for WC, I suppose. I wish I could answer her, but it's not like I know how any of this works. Ryo quickly shuts us down with her brief summary of the circumstances. We did not question it further. A mirror dungeon of the Fathoms. Let's go.
좋아, 일은 나쁘지 않게 끝냈네. 배도 고픈데 가는 길에 뭐라도 먹자.
Alright. Based on that fight. Oh, what was the EX? 10 turns? I don't remember how much I took. Alright, so yeah, based on that fight, I think I have a better idea what kind of team to bring. Wait, are you just gonna take the team that I have set on my twos? So this is the culprit's families. Fucking excuse me, I was not ready for that. 21 minutes. Oh damn, the time it took for the impact for you to hit the cobblestones. From the impact for you. Okay. Isn't it about time you quit that EuroTV thing, brother? We barely have enough time to scrape by, wasting our time building unregistered inventions just to annoy some time collectors doesn't do anything. Come on, brother. Dream like you used to. Please. You always wanted to work for the T Corp Patents Agency, didn't you? We're just biding our time, waiting for the right moment, okay? And when that moment comes, but you don't even know when that moment is. What if that moment comes after we're dead? Why would any of that matter if we're not here to see it? Take the Grade 1 Inventor certificate exam or something. Make a submission to the Inventions Expo. There's a pretty hefty prize money for receiving the Inventor of the Year award, you know? all the scenes to animate, they animated that one. Did you know that in other nests, everyone enjoys equal 24 hours? Just imagine for a second, what if we saved up a ton of money and moved to a different nest? Then maybe we'll get to live 24 hours a day too. I could get a full night's rest and I'd still have half the day to spend. Wouldn't that be so wonderful? I was always full of excuses. For all my hatred of the system, I remained inert with my ignorance as a convenient shield and excuse for inaction. I knew that our lives would get better if I get certified, but I always gave the same excuse. I don't have the time to take the test. One early morning, my brother came to speak to me. I'll lend you all but 2 hours of my time. That'll give you more than enough time to complete the exam. It ends around 2 p.m., right? I'll meet you in front of the clock tower. Then you can give me back the time you borrowed there. Thus, I was given a single day of abundance. The sun still hadn't set when I finished the exam. I had a good feeling about all this too. Maybe I could start dreaming again, just like in that old comic book I used to read. To dream of becoming a professional inventor of all kinds of things. The car rolls in slowly. It's so slow that anyone could simply step out of its way. The driver is like us, someone who lives 10-hour days. But my brother can't get out of his way because he doesn't have enough time. Hours already precariously stretched over a day, stretched even further. So you are slowly, so slowly, thrown into the air. I run as fast as I can within the time that is given to me, but I fail to reach him. I never could. Nothing changed, no matter how much time I was shared. Because my life was spent in a rush, because its entirety slipped through my fingers in the blink of an eye. I wandered aimlessly near the street my brother drew his last breath. If only I could taste every flavor of this lollipop sooner. Man, I can't wait to read what happens next. Won't somebody knock me out and wake me up when the next volume's out? The city.
I can't wait for them to finally complete my portrait. I hope they capture the little upward flick at the tip of my mustache. I suppose it's supposed to look like a bird's wings, yes? It's so tedious waiting for it to be finished.
Still 3 in the afternoon. It's going one long shift. When will this tedious busy work end? It has too many people who are so indifferently kill time. Our time will come, just like the saint said. I know it's tedious, but everyone feels the same way. Stop pestering me about it, yeah? think I'm happy with this small-time stuff? Just as tired as you are of punching those bloody collectors and running away. I was ignorant. I lacked the time. If only I had the time they killed. If only my brother had the time they killed. He would still be alive. Yes, my brother was right. Can't wait for the moment that won't come. Now it's a time for action. I'll find everyone so content with killing their time. And I'll... Though a clock may look as though it turns evenly on the outside, the cogs that make up the clockwork within each turn, disparate rates. Oh, cogs that make up the clockwork within each turn at disparate rates. Some living 44-hour days, some living 4-hour days. We are not like the Euro TV. We know that we must take action. So that's what you've turned yourself into. Within me is a place where all may live in equal hours. Our nest. A place for all who have felt the very same pain. Your explanations fail to justify your time killing. Yet I am not the time killer. It is the people of the city who have been slaughtering time. No one even took a moment to doubt that the clock tower may have been broken. Instead, they stop at merely complaining that it was a slow day and that they just should pass the time. Killing time. I saved the dying times from their wasteful clutches. Will you still claim that I am in the wrong? Yes. Yes, I will. Oh, okay, for a moment there I thought this would change. Okay, so... You... You should be fine. Give me you. You're rupture. We're fine. Gonna have to take you. Wait, aren't you? Yeah, you're weak to Pierce. Well, I don't think they use Pierce, I think they mostly use Slash. You two are there. You're fine. You're fine. You're also Pierce. I think this should work. And I'm not 100% sure about you. Alright, I want you because of the sinking. Right. Okay. Time Reaper's Fathoms. You enter the dungeon of the Fathoms. It resembles a T Corp street. Past the crowds of busy passersby, you notice the glowing vending machine nearby. With the streets completely devoid of color, the vending machine's light seems to resonate much more vibrantly with your heart. Follow the light. We don't exactly know how this case will end, but we decided to forge on. The brilliance of our guiding light. Gain 600 cost. Alright. Ah, there's it. Vending machine. Alright, give me 1 second. Just gotta drink a little water. Grandeur. Effects applied to first and second deployed streets when deal damage with attacks, skills that inflict sinking potency or count against enemies. 10 plus potency, inflict 2 sinking potency plus count after attack. Focus encounters inflict 4 sinking potency plus 2 sink count instead. When a clash with a skill that applies tremor potency or count, pick the number of remaining coins times the tremor potency of the target. Sure. Okay. I've been doing so many hard dungeons that I forget that I can actually see.
잠수 준비 끝.
나만 믿고 다들
this assholes
집중해줘.
again.
도움이 될 수 있을 거야.
뭐죠?
Okay. Fine, you're weak to that.
단번에 끝낸다.
Where are the heads? Why no heads? It's one head. Okay, thank you. Mersault! The fuck? Why are we all at 4? Oh. Sure. There we go. There's the head. There we go. Thank you.
즉각적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
개체의 상태가 좋지 않아 보여. 이 틈을 파고들어서 완벽하게 제압시켜보자.
Take that. And take this one.
그쪽으로.
우리가 우세를 점하고 있어.
Alright.
하지만 여기서
Goddamn
방심하면
golden
안 돼.
time.
지휘팀이라면 완벽하고 빈틈없이 모든 걸 끝마쳐야 하지 않겠어? 단번에 끝낸다.
아무것도 되지 않아.
우리가 우세를 점하고 있어.
Okay.
하지만 여기서 방심하면 안 돼. 지휘팀이라면 완벽하고 빈틈없이 모든 걸 끝마쳐야 하지 않겠어?
Still weak to that. See if we can kill this guy.
직접 타도하죠.
Oof. Not
방금 건
quite.
제대로 된 공격이 아니었는데. 혹시 너희들 중에 매뉴얼을 제대로 안 읽고 온 사람들이 있는 걸까? 방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
I guess it's your turn now.
가던.
Alright, because he goes first.
꿰뚫려라. 전열이 무너져.
I was hoping Frost would
정지를 확인했다.
kill it. Because he had the higher speed. Ooh, enemies with sinking lose 3 offense level and defense level. Neat. Okay. More fighting. Another Abno fight. A mini boss. Alright, guess I'm going up. Unless. No, yeah, I'm going up. A secret hideout from the Eurodivi. Eurodivi is fervently reciting the text given to them by the saint. We have become nothing but cogs in a machine that exists solely for the industrialists, the bourgeoisie, and the wings. What else? What other human relation remains among the citizens but the narrow self-interest and heartless bonds created by capital? Thus, we shall cast aside the cold, unfeeling metal we call coin. Instead, we shall trade with our warmth with one another based on our needs. To the haves, the laws of the nest are shields that protect their privileges, yet to the have-nots, they are chains that shackle us. Then we shall defy the laws of the nest. We shall show them the wrath of the have-nots. All that the EuroDV have to lose is our chains. All that we have to gain is a world without hunger. The EuroDV suddenly points in our direction. Looks like we're going to have to say something. Tell the EuroDV of the city, unite. Oh, the EuroDV of the city unite. I like the idea, but there's still no way it works, right? Honestly, yeah, but this one gives me an ego gift. This is also ironic. I'm going to do it. Unite! EuroDV produces a few bottles of liquor stolen from the rich and pours it over the pile of chalices, all the while shouting the chant. Alcohol overflows the uppermost chalice and spills, filling the other chalices below. Ego gift, challenge of trickle-down economics, earned.
이런 건 얼마나 집중할 수 있냐에 따라 달렸지.
When an ally attacks skills, not ego skills, inflict tremor potency, count or unique tremor, has a clash, wins a clash, inflict 2 tremor potency and 2 tremor count on the target. Your DV identities inflict 3 tremor potency and 3 tremor count instead, 3 times per turn. Alright. Let me give some SP to some of the other IDs.
벌써 화끈하네.
어떤 시간과 공간에 계시는 관리자님이 들을진 몰라도 그때를 위해서 미리 음원을 녹음해야 한다는 거군요. 아, 이런. 이것도 녹음되고 있는지는 미처 몰랐네요.
직접 타도하죠.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
Not so alright. Sure.
피워보지. 제이에 거슬지 말고.
전열이 무너졌군.
가진 놈들을 걸.
Alright.
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
Oof. 10 tremor for that. Sure. Actually. Ooh, no, that's a lot of damage.
직접 타도하죠. 환상의 세계로 들어가 보죠.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플걸?
우리가 우세를 점하고 있어. 하지만 여기서 방심하면 안 돼. 지휘팀이라면 완벽하고 빈틈없이 모든 걸 한번에 끝낸다.
편하게 가자고요.
Let's see, who else needs some SP?
파우스트가 맞이하죠.
Thirteen, 13, 12. I should probably be focusing on just one at a time because of the golden time thing.
한 방 먹였네. 이 기세를 모습 뚫어보자고.
Oh. You have to take this. Or not.
바빠. 밑에 애들한테 말해.
한 번에 끝낸다.
Neat.
소매는
Very
단정하지
nice.
않군요.
Not so nice. Okay.
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플걸?
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kill you before you get to do anything.
직접 타도하죠.
찢어진 독같이 흐느적거리는구만.
직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다. 관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을 통틀어 신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요. 긍정적인 변화네요.
이쪽으로.
레이에 거스르지 말고.
그 시간을 뿌리도록 하지.
Oh, Yes, with 7 charge, you gain haste. Okay. Do I have people with charge? I have Result. And technically done. Alright. Sure. Actually, give me you.
슈트가 실시.
최선을 다해보지. 아이씨, 방금 벌레 말은 듣지 않다는 사람 누구야?
이쪽으로.
날 뛰어보라고.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제 1 사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
Oh, alright.
그쪽으로. 안전하지 않군.
편하게 가자.
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
Okay.
깡총.
이런 것도 되죠. 편하게 가자고요.
전열이 무너졌군.
괜찮아.
효율적인
이제 나한테.
대처로 개체를 깨뜨렸습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지
씹는 맛이
않아요.
있는데?
Alright. That was relatively fast. Time Reaper's Fatness. Alright, so this is a minibus if I'm not mistaken. So I might need to take you.
파우스트가 맞이하죠.
내가 응원하는 게
Two
도움이 되긴
ways. Probably
하나.
the URDB captain.
힘내긴 해보자고.
Very nice.
힘 조절이.
제압 개체가 비틀거리는 게 보이네. 아, 이대로 영영 움직이지 못하게 만들어보자.
힘 조절이.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데. 핫! 괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여.
그게 덜 아플걸?
레이에 거스르지 말고. 레이에 거스르지 말고.
Right then.
한바탕 해볼까?
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여.
그게 덜 아플걸? 괜찮아.
편하게 가자.
이제 나는 그
That's a lot of bad
우리도록
people.
가지. 힘들군. 그러니 알아서 잘 피해야지.
사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
파도한다. 가진 놈들을 털.
베이에 거스르지 말고.
비틀거리고 있는 개체가 보입니다.
Alright.
이전까지 있었던 대부분의 관리자들은 이 타이밍에서 결정적인 일격을 지시하곤 했죠.
Seriously? Does it have to be you?
그쪽으로.
편하게 가자고요.
유효타 좋아.
괜찮아.
계속 집중하지.
이젠 안 아플 거야. 우리가 우세를 점하고 있어. 하지만 여기서 방심하면 안 돼. 지휘팀이라면 완벽하고 빈틈없이 모든 걸 끝마쳐야 하지 않겠어? 단번에
오케이.
끝낸다.
생명 활동의 정지를 확인했다.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요. 효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
편하게 가자고요.
Perversion. Defeating one or more enemy using an attack skill, gain one ego resource of that attack skill. Affinity at the next turn start. Should be useful. Although, not really against the final boss, because I'm pretty sure he's alone. Let's see. Sure.
파우스트가 맞이하죠.
나만 믿고 다들 집중해줘. 도움이 될 수 있을 거야.
파도한다.
단번에 끝낸다.
이런 것도 되죠. 베이에 거스르지 말고. 편하게 가자고요.
가진 놈들을 털.
Alright.
생명 활동의 정지를 확인했다.
이런 것도 되죠. 편하게 가자고요.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
가진 놈들을 털.
참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지
괜히
않아요.
저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플걸.
직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다. 관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠.
No.
이런 과정들을
I don't know
통틀어
why.
신뢰라고
brain
부른다고
fart, so.
하더군요. 긍정적인 변화네요.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어. 다음은 어디요? 핫! 쳐! 쳐! 괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
Okay. Moment of sentencing. Third and fourth blade entities are both slash skills deal bonus damage. Clash skills win more damage. I do think I like the Great Coat. 2 plus attack weight increase damage. Hitting an enemy with a skill with 2 plus attack weight or gloom, heal by 20%. Alright. Can I sell anything? Nah, I'm good. Can I afford to enhance anything? All right. All right. Let's try it like this.
슈트가 실시.
Oh, you do have little friends now. Unfolded Time Reapers. Tick. Oh, they're clock hands. Tick tick tock. Like breathe and burn for some reason. No passes. Do you have observation logs? Lacking data. I've seen how lack of money causes misfortune for many people, but I've also learned what kind of tragedy lack of time can bring. Doesn't mean that Mr. Time Ripper didn't do anything wrong though. Saw him enable all kinds of things using the time he ripped from others, speeding up time like T Corp employees do, rapidly healing his wounds by accelerating the recovery process. Most interesting thing in his arsenal though was the time razor he cut me with at the clock tower. It can cut straight through time while leaving the flesh intact. I wonder how that works. I carefully listened to the Time Reaper talk amongst one another, but I don't think they knew either. I guess I did learn that the deeper they cut, the more time they can take. That's about it. Thankfully, the razor didn't seem to affect me one bit because I was bound to the manager's stand. The other sinners too. I don't really understand what it means to be bound to the manager's time, but well, I suppose we'll all be okay as long as Dante's safe and sound. Oh, also, he didn't hoard all that ripped time to himself either. After we closed the case, I asked some people in T Corp and they told me that he embraced the brains of those who agreed with his philosophy. Wait, what? Always shared everything equally amongst themselves, whether it was the time they ripped or the time they had to spend. Oh, that explains why the Reapers were able to move independently from the main body. What? I think he means... Oh, okay. It looked as though they had fused into a single distortion, but in truth, they each retained their own intelligence. This is just my guess, but maybe his experience in the Euroleague influenced how this distortion manifested. That makes me wonder if this is a distorted, degraded form of the belief that things should be shared equally. Well, all in all, it didn't seem to have worked out. It would have been a much harder fight if they actually managed to divide their time equally amongst one another. I'd say we got lucky. Though I guess you could also say that they were bound to eventually fall apart, given the fact they ended up fighting each other towards the end. Wait, they do? People like equal share until they have to give it up. Until they have to give up something of theirs. That's just the way most people are. Well, so much for that intimidating moniker, huh? That fella had an impressive power at his disposal, but the person behind the power wasn't anyone special. Middling. Somebody scribbled the following note in the margins. Mortally ignored and deserted due to luxury integrity, nature naturally gone. Yeah, even the Time Ripper wasn't anyone special, unlike me, whose text trails off, as though someone hesitated writing further before abandoning the idea. You're special, Rodya. Wait, what can I not? Oh, I need more MP. Flashable. You could just block it.
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플걸?
Oof.
보시다시피 앞에 무방비해진 개체가 있네요. 부디 그래선 안 되겠지만 이 틈을 놓친다면 관리자님의 역량에 대한 계산을 재검토해야 할지도 모르겠군요.
Oh, sixes. Cost. Mercel. Well, might as well. Okay. All right.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요. 효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플걸? 와, 성공했어! 보여? 개체가 더 이상 움직이지 않네. 이대로 남 남은 대상들도
still
전부
no
움직일 수
passives.
없게 만들어보자.
Alright. Spend 5 tremor. Do I pull this out right now? Or? Nah, I don't need to.
타도한다.
좋아. 방금은 전략이 승리야. 계속 밀어붙이자.
사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
Alright, still no time acceleration. Okay.
고작 터뜨려주지.
Very nice.
오늘도 즐거운 하루의 시작이네. 그렇지? 잠시만. 볼륨 좀 확인해볼게. 대답 소리가 잘 들리지 않아서.
Okay. Wait, you're weak to slash.
이번에
Sure, you'll be fine.
끝낸다.
Bloody hell, this is really getting on my nerves. Oi! Quit hiding us, yeah? Give us a proper view.
Damn it. I hope that I wouldn't have to show them my true form. But we couldn't be sure if there were multiple personalities in the Ripper's head, or if it was truly the voice of the many. We did hear several voices of varying pitches echoing from all corners of the room. The time Ripper cornered grabs the lapels of his long coat and... exclamation point! Oh. Damn.
It's
kinda like the collector from the Darkest Dungeon.
이 정도는 대비할 수 있지?
Shared time. 40 plus value gains 725 minus 40, 10 gain offensible and defensible. At less than 40 value, offensible down and defensible down. Joint time expenditure. Spending shared time, the brain spend an equal amount of time across the board. For time killers, are you afraid? Time to be safe, right? broken. 75% HP, enter a second phase. Upon phase change, recover SP up to 30. Divide stolen time between all parts as shared time. After end, gain joint time expenditure. All parts gain 5 protection. Right, so each one of those should be a separate hand, I think. Can you like dodge that? Yeah. You kinda have to. Alright. These are all separate heads.
단번에 끝낸다.
꿰뚫려.
What?
내가 응원하는 게 도움이 되긴 하려나?
Yeah, I'm still not sure how that
해보자고.
targets. How it chooses who to target. Oof. I guess watch this one.
이런 것도 되죠.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
무불아위.
이 구석구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이 모자라지.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
이만하면 순항이죠. 바람들 딱 좋네.
Okay. Something. 16. Hopefully this works. And I still need more MP. Alright, new phase. Disc. Irritating little tricks. Oi! Remember what you said earlier? Might be the time to put that to use. But, I'm sorry, doesn't that use too much time? It drains too much time from all of us. Shush, my friends. Letting this drag on for any longer will cost us more in the long term. This attack will surely eliminate them. Think of how much time we will save by taking care of them here now. We shall share this burden of time together.
머지않아 개체로부터 강한 공격이 예상됩니다.
Unclashable. This unit's speed is fixed at 12. Cannot be staggered this turn. Consume shared time for 100. Erase the target's time. As this unit erases the target's time, all parts recover shared time. Well, that shouldn't kill him, but I'm worried about the whole time thing. Unless... what if... I'm gonna try. Saguardo! So now I can go before him. Well, only Fast can go before him, but still. I wish you had something stronger to throw. Wait. I just want to target the head before it does that. Okay, now that works. Well, hope this works.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
Did that stagger it?
개체의 정보와는 상반되는 공격으로
I think it did.
제약 소요 시간이 증가하였습니다. 정보를
방금
통째로
했던
외운다는
공격은 매우
행위가
Nope, it didn't.
관리자님에게는 다소 어려운 작업인가 보군요.
다음 공격은 더
데이터를
잘할 수
갱신하죠.
있도록.
No! This doesn't make sense! That had to work! More tricks, is it? Oi, wait up! You took 5 hours from me earlier. What's up with you taking another 3 hours from me? You only took 2 from that side. We will settle that as soon as we'll deal with this present threat. Focus on the battle for now. Deal with this present threat when? In 3 hours? 4? This fight's been going on for too bloody long. I understand. That is why we must all sacrifice our collective time to... Nope, I ain't giving you more than an hour of my time. Take more from the rest. I got the short on the stick last time when the numbers didn't even divide by 12. Shut up about last time. Just an uneducated fool who doesn't even understand basic additions and subtractions. Oi! The hell was that? Who said that? There's a new one in it. They're starting to fight each other. Ah, I get it. You're saying that now is our chance, right?
사실 이런 보모구실은 제가 아니라
Chance for what,
세키라들의
specifically?
역할이긴 하죠. 관리자님도
Well, I guess that
알다시피
didn't do anything,
저는
and I just
언제나
wasted my
수십 명의
Saguardo
몫을
for
해내고
nothing.
있으니까요.
Alright. Yeah, I still have no idea how this works, so I'm just gonna fucking punch him anyway.
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
오늘도 즐거운 하루의 시작이네. 그렇지? 잠시만. 볼륨 좀 확인해 볼게. 대답 소리가 잘 들리지
Is that
않아서.
a new one? I think so. Right, this is the time killing time, and immediately. Alright. Sure. Right.
이쪽으로.
전열이 무너졌군.
부위
One
파괴.
of them went down.
돛대를 부러뜨리는 것만큼 중요한 한 방이었어요. 아까 작살내놓은 부위 덕분에 한층 더 수월해질
We need more
거거든요,
time.
관리자님.
Alright. Oh, that's a lot of defense. Hold on. No wonder I'm clashing so high. No. Yes, fine.
타도한다.
전열이 무너졌군.
얼얼하지?
Those were all the
부위
same
하나가
head?
파괴되었어. 이대로 똑같이만 한다면 모든 부위를 파괴시킬 수 있겠지?
타도한다.
이런 것도 되지.
haven't noticed he spits out the
대체로
lollipop
생각하는
before he does
중
that.
하나가 파괴되었습니다. 이 틈을 파고들어도 좋을 것
좋아.
같군요.
도입하기에 성공했어. 계속 몰아붙이자고.
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 타락한
즉시
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
If only I had 10 more minutes. No, a minute. A few more seconds even. I could have changed so much more if only I had the time. Or so I thought, once upon a time. So, what did you do? Did you even try to change anything? Believe it or not, I am the creator of every change you see around you. Bitch, what? I know. I know that the burning question, what changes, right? Because at the end of the day, this place became no different from what the other horrible nests. There's so much pain here, just like any other place in the city. So, listen up and listen close, because there's only one way to truly be free from suffering. Stopping time. Stop time? Our resistance expression turned bitter. He did not elaborate. Well, it's not like he could understand me, and the sinners were too busy keeping their eyes on the Time Ripper to relay my question. Like always, the LCA's Special Operations Unit arrived and discussed a few things with the employee. Labeled the Time Ripper a distortion with a complicated classification code. That's how the case of the time-killing time closed. But
My, I am so happy that you finally caught the perpetrator.
I completely forgot the voice that I was doing for this motherfucker.
Aha! Behold! My portrait is finally complete. Isn't it wonderful?
Oh, I see it.
So slow. Everyone, let's stop being lazy and get to work, yes? Chop chop.
What our assistant said much earlier was right. T Corp did not change, not even a little. Why did you volunteer to be the bait for the Ripper, Honglu? I'll be honest, I was scared as hell. The moment I began thinking about how my own time could just get ripped away from me, I just wanted to understand. Because to me, the world was full of things I couldn't understand. In truth, I still understand so little of it. Why do people hang on so desperately to something like time? Something so ephemeral. Yeah? But I know one thing. You understood the culprit, Rodya. It wasn't just fear that held you back. While there was fear, a different side of you felt like you could understand him. That's what stayed your hand. How did you know that? Watching you, Rodya, reminded me why I did not resist when my siblings tried to kill me for the first time. I wasn't just scared. I felt as though I could understand them. When fears grow so extreme that it circles back to its origin, that moment is so precious and so beautiful.
All right, lads and lasses, gather round.
Ooh! Ooh!
We'll be running a special feature on the people who played the biggest role in solving the case of time-killing time. And for that, we'd like to get a little group photo. Would that be alright with you, Ace Detectives?
What an auspicious day this is! What's up with the long face, Rodya? Everything okay? I don't know if I even deserve to be in the picture. I didn't really get anything done out there, did I? But Rodya, we eventually captured the culprit, didn't we? It was possible only because we all worked together. I'd say everyone did a great job out there, Rodya. Honglu, Ryoshu, all three of you. Good work. You mean Honglu and Ryoshu? I just cowered as soon as I came face to face with a culprit. I was ridiculous. Well, It is said that all great detectives are flanked by great assistants. Heh, that's funny. Is that what this Lady Agatha said? No, I said it, just now. I'm the only one who's allowed to make that LF. Smile, detective. Heh. Right, can we huddle a little closer together? What right did I have to stop those struggling to change things, no matter how small, when I haven't done anything? It seemed that I was the only one who heard her whispering. Right, then. 1, 2... Hold! Hold! they... they go... She's wearing stilts too! Executive Director, it's time. Ah, my. Thank you for letting me borrow your clothes. I made sure not to get even a speck of dust on it, so don't you worry about having to run it through the washer. Executive Director? When did he... It's been so long since I had a day this exciting. Thanks, participation trophy. I'd just like to experience how it's like outside the company building from time to time, you know? Shouldn't he be thanking us for solving the case and not, you know? Let's see. Considering your rather competent command of the battlefield and the special ability of yours, maybe you could even snag the exceptional award. Actually, no. Perhaps you received the distinctive award. Instead, since you can't explain the mechanism of your own powers. Your clock does seem quite special, but the time that flows through you doesn't seem very different from the concept of time I'm used to. Well, I don't have any prize money to hand out, but allow me to impart a little tip instead. Remember, using the power of time comes with a cost. Always. It's something that's been a thorn in my side as well. Oh, and another thing I should thank you for. My dream began to flow once again. The day I ventured out to the edge and wished upon a star, I thought that my dream had ceased there, never to flow again. I would have wished for something completely different had I had the chance to wish again, but I believe my only chance spent. A star? I didn't understand why, but a mere mention of it suddenly brought back the memories of the star I saw when I made the pact with the sinners. I used to think that the star could never be linked again, that I could never turn back time. Vile men like myself know when their dreams come to an end, when there is no path left for them to go. But I was wrong. There it was, something rewinding the time right before my eyes, in a way that I could not fathom. Well, it is my current hypothesis that you're actually rewinding time, for potential is a potential still. That you're not actually rewinding time. And that distortion that rips time is another proof that I do not know all that there is to know about time. Not yet. So my dream, once still as a lake, has become wild as a rushing river once again. Your indifferent, unafraid attitude towards time, it also left me an impression. I think day after day about how uncaring the nature of time is, that it will continue to drift on and on even after my death. And I think about how that's so terrifying. I'm afraid of death, yes, but I'm not interested in researching immortality. The flow of time is equivalent to constant change. Those who dare tread upon the road of evolution from death and annihilation shall soon find themselves before another wall of what they had sought to flee from in the first place. What must one do to stem the change when the nature of perpetual change itself is tied to an immutable thing like the flow of time? One must stop time itself, of course. Yes, indeed. Therein lies the conundrum. Until time itself ceases to move, all change eventually becomes a great flow. Bitch, what? Dante says that they are having trouble following your train of thought. Apologies. I must have been thinking out loud. You must understand how someone might forget who they're talking to when their listener has nothing to say in response but intermittent ticks and talks. I suppose that All was probably too much for a manager for an upstart business to understand, yes? Does this conclude the business of the 10 billion and time tax? You're all exempt. Can you imagine what would have happened if a case like this for you to solve didn't exist? Can you believe that you almost had to live the rest of your life stretching a measly 4 hours over an entire day? Unbelievable. A little nap and you would have woken up 2 years later. Well, that is if your 4-hour daily minimum time policy even applied to you. Yes, that is difficult to believe, but I understand. Then? Oh, almost slipped my mind. Remember that purchase catalog Limbus Company handed me? That monolith in there? Really caught my eye. I'd like to purchase them. As many as you have in stock. Bitch, we're selling disruption artifacts? Distortion artifacts? I don't think we should be selling that. Cheers, that's a sale made. It wasn't really pricey too. Who knows, maybe this will get you that commendation or whatever it is. Understood. Your intent to purchase will be relayed. The monolith. What are you planning to do with? It's a secret. Things yet to be released must remain shrouded in our hearts under this starless sky. Let's go, mate. Yes, Director Hubert. This company is still growing increasingly bizarre, Miss Faust. Not only are we providing distortion management service, but also dipping our feet into the sales of artifacts like the monolith. I don't believe that the monoliths should be so easily bought or sold. I see them as something we must retrieve, not put up for sale. You do not understand the ramifications of selling artifacts that could force a distortion, I trust. You do understand. The world is aplenty with technology capable of maiming or slaughtering a fellow human. Not all of those have started with intent to do harm. In fact, most of them have begun as an altruistic project for the betterment of mankind. In other words, it depends. Do you really believe this to be a matter that you can just brush aside with Virgilius? You know my place, yours as well. You are aware that we are not provided the luxury of choice. We will both reach what each of us desire. That is a guarantee. Fine. With that particular exchange between Faust and Virgilius, the bus sets off on another journey. Ooh, you're framing it already? Ever since we returned to the bus, Rodya was busily moving between the sinners, excitedly talking to them about whatever subject they were interested in. Quite! Aha! Thus this achievement has been memorialized for all eternity to come. Do you intend to put it up for display? In her hands was the article we were featured in. Don Quixote dedicated considerable time and effort to meticulously ironing out the creases, coating it with a thin film, and displaying it carefully in a frame. I could barely tell it was her due to the blurring, but she appeared so happy to be part of the photograph. Much do I desire to hang it here for all to see, but this doth carry great meaning indeed, as my very fresh accomplishment. Thus I shall place it in my chamber for safekeeping. Boy, you're really stuck about a shaky picture of yourself, huh? Aw, don't be a buzzkill, darling. Chiquita's happy about it, and that's what matters, right? It matters not, for this is a signifier of our achievement. Yeah, our achievement. Rodya was laughing and cheering along with her, as though nothing had happened. But it's never been so clear that this cheeriness was all an act, and I think that pained my heart. Yet, I was powerless to do anything about it. The most I could do was to clear the air, and hopefully divert their attention to something else. Faust, can you ask Virgilius where we're headed next? Virgilius, Dante asks, at least when we're talking about our next destination, the past seems to become a blur, even for a moment. That was the intent behind my question. Yes, I've come to realize that it's about time the manager asked for some information regarding our next destination. Lucky, I was right. The subject of our next destination was enough to divert the sinners' attention. They all fell silent in anticipation. Our next destination. Too bad I got more than I bargained for. Is to a warp train, Dante. I didn't just clear the air. That statement alone caused a whole storm among the sinners. Well,
데이에 맞서는 자들을 확실하게 굴복시켰죠.
that's going to get interesting.
그럼 다음 타겟을 설정해 볼까요?
I cannot afford another pull. Unless I buy a bunch of tickets. Sure. I can buy all of them. Neat. Alright. Let's try this a couple more times. 2 to be exact. Well, please. Please. Fuck. Well, at least I got a bunch of shards.
점심은 뭐 먹을까? 건두부 볶음? 마파두부? 아무튼 매콤하고 화끈한 게 좋단 말이지.
What the fuck? Oh. Oh, it switched. Alright. I should probably be doing all of these off stream, but alright. So, that's gonna be it for me for today. That was a very interesting episode. Yeah. Bunch of time shenanigans. But yeah, I guess I guess I'll be back on Saturday for a bit more Hades. And then wait, when does the Elden Ring DLC come out? I'm just gonna keep playing Hades until that comes out. Which I think should be at some point next week or the week after, but yeah. Anyway, thank you to everyone who stopped by, and